Space above Calth was not black. It was blue. It was a deep, saturated shade of cobalt and indigo, born of the radiance of the Veridia star. Its light, harsh and radioactive, filtered through the planet's atmosphere and reflected off billions of tons of metal hanging in geostationary orbit. It was a light void of warmth, yet full of majesty, a light created to illuminate monuments. Captain of the 4th Company of the Ultramarines, Remus Ventanus, stood on the strategic bridge of his cruiser. He did not move. In this moment, movement seemed like sacrilege. Before him, behind 3 meters of armored glass, a tableau unfolded that the human eye was never meant to witness. A sight that would steal the breath from a mortal and cause the mind to reject its sheer scale. It was the muster. Thousands of ships, not hundreds, not dozens, thousands. They hung in the void, arranged in a flawless 3-dimensional lattice. The distances between vessels were calculated to the meter. Auspexes and navigational cogitators worked at the limit of their capacity to maintain this formation. This was not merely a flotilla, it was a mathematical masterpiece, the triumph of logic and order over the chaos of the universe. 2 great legions had converged on a single point. The 13th, the Ultramarines, blue, trimmed with gold, their ships resembled flying cathedrals, austere and majestic. The 17th, the Word-bearers, their hulls, the color of grey granite, the very color they wore before the heresy, the color of unpolished stone and ash, were etched with gold script. The cuneiform of Colchis covered the armor of the starships like tattoos on the skin of a fanatic. Ventanus slowly inhaled the recycled air of the bridge. It smelled of ozone, gun oil and incense, a blend of the scents of war and prayer. He could hear the hum of his power armor's servo actuators responding to the slightest muscle tension. Whir-click, whir-click. The sound was rhythmic, soothing. Here, at an altitude of 40,000 kilometers above the surface of Calth, an absolute unnatural calm reigned. It was the calm of a taut bowstring, the calm of a loaded bolter 1 second before the trigger is pulled. Ventanus took a step forward toward the oculus. The magnetic soles of his sabatons landed with a dull clang on the polished deck plating. The vibration from the ship's engines traveled through the metal directly into his bones, a reminder of the hidden power slumbering in the reactors. He looked at the flagships. 2 Titans reigned in the center of the formation. Macragge's Honor, the flagship of Primarch Guilliman, 26 kilometers in length, a city capable of traveling between stars. Its prow, adorned with a golden aquila, pointed toward the planet like the finger of destiny, and beside it, the Fidelitas Lex. The flagship of Lorgar Aurelian. It was different. If Guilliman's ship was a fortress, Lorgar's ship was a temple. Its spires stretched into the void, as if trying to pierce the very fabric of reality. Massive open-deck balconies designed for sermons in the vacuum seemed a mockery of the laws of physics. Ventanus narrowed his eyes, his post-human vision, enhanced by the autosenses of his helm, which currently rested in the crook of his elbow, allowed him to discern details inaccessible to others. He saw the tiny dots of repair servitors crawling along the hull of a nearby Word-bearer's destroyer. He saw the shimmer of void shields, shimmering like soap bubbles in the harsh spectrum of Veridia. He saw the maneuvering thrusters of light cruisers firing short bursts of plasma, correcting drift by hundredths of a percent. Everything was perfect, theoretically. Theoretical. We are here to combine forces and destroy the Orc Empire of Guslak, Ventanus thought. This is the greatest concentration of military might since Ulanor. Practical. Practically, something was wrong. Ventanus couldn't explain the feeling. It wasn't a logical deduction. It was instinct. That same instinct that forces a veteran to duck a split second before a sniper's bullet strikes the wall above his head. The silence was too deep. The Vox grid was silent. Usually, with such a gathering of ships, the channels would be choked with chatter, docking requests, technical data. But today, the ether was as clear as a mountain stream. The word-bearers were silent. They hung in the void, their guns trained toward open space as allies should. But Ventanus felt their gaze, the gaze of thousands of eyes hidden behind the armored glass viewports of the grey ships. To comprehend the grandeur and the horror of what you are seeing, citizens, you must understand the scale. To the human mind, numbers are an abstraction, but to the administratum, numbers are the blood of the Imperium. The muster at Calth had no parallel in the history of the Great Crusade regarding logistical complexity. Guilliman's order was absolute: gather everyone. Not just the battle companies, the entire fleet, all auxiliary support, the titans of Legio Praesagius, tank divisions. Imagine the resources required to sustain the lives of 200,000 Astartes and millions of mortal crew members in a single point in space. Every 6 hours, caravans of refueling tankers approached the fleet, siphoning promethium from the gas giants of neighboring systems. The agri-worlds of the entire Ultramar sector worked to the point of exhaustion to fill the holds with provisions. Thousands of tons of hydroponic cultures, millions of liters of purified water. It was an economic singularity. If the muster had lasted another month, the economy of the 500 worlds of Ultramar would have begun to collapse under its own weight. But why? The official reason was the campaign against Guslak, an orc warlord threatening the eastern fringe. Guilliman, the master of logistics, calculated that only overwhelming absolute force could destroy the threat quickly and without loss. He called it the War of Perfection. The irony of fate is that Guilliman created the perfect trap for himself. He gathered all his sons in one basket, bared his neck, and handed the sword to his brother Lorgar. The muster was a triumph of Imperial organization, and it became the greatest logistical error in history, allowing the traitors to strike a single blow intended to behead the XIIIth Legion forever. A sergeant approached Ventanus. His steps were heavy, confident. Unlike the captain, the sergeant was helmeted. The lenses of his visors glowed with a dim green light. "Captain!" The voice came through the Vox grille with a slight metallic distortion. "Data on gun battery synchronization confirmed. We are ready to translate into the warp on the flagship's command." Ventanus nodded, not taking his eyes off the grey hull of the word-bearer's battleship hanging directly ahead. "Good, Sergeant. What is the word from our cousins?" The sergeant hesitated. The pause lasted only half a second, but for an Astartes, it was an eternity full of meaning. "Silence, Captain. Total radio silence. They have rejected 3 requests to verify navigational vectors. They cite the ritual preparation of the chaplains." Ritual preparation. Ventanus spoke the word with barely perceptible disapproval. For an ultramarine, raised on the imperial truth and secular logic, words like ritual, faith, and prayer were signs of inefficiency, superstitions that hindered the perfect operation of the machinery of war. The word-bearers had always been strange, but after Monarchia, after the Emperor humbled them, they had become closed. "They are praying before battle," Ventanus said, more to himself than the sergeant, "asking the warp for luck." "Theoretically, this does not violate protocol," the sergeant noted. "Practically, it creates a data exchange latency of 0.4%. This is unacceptable for joint maneuvers." Ventanus turned to the sergeant. In his eyes, the color of steel, lay fatigue. "Do you know what troubles me, brother?" "No, Captain." "Their formation. Look at their destroyers. Vector Gamma 9. The sergeant turned his head. His autosenses magnified the image. They are rotated," the sergeant said slowly. "Their torpedo tubes are not aimed into the void. The vector intersects with our support cruisers." "Likely a maneuvering error," Ventanus said quickly. That was the theoretical part. He was obligated to say it. One does not suspect a brother Astartes of treason. That is madness. That is impossible. But the practical part of his mind was screaming. It screamed that the guns were loaded, that the word-bearers' shields were raised to full power, though the star's radiation output did not require it. "An error," Ventanus repeated more firmly, trying to convince himself. "Lorgar and our Primarch are on the surface. They are discussing the attack plan. We must not look for shadows where there is only the light of Veridia. But the shadow was there. It did not lie on the hulls of the ships. It lay upon souls. Ventanus remembered the rumors, whispers that the word-bearers had found something in the Eye of Terror, that they had brought pilgrims with them, strange people in rags who flooded the cargo decks of their ships. Why take civilians to war? Why turn a battle fleet into a caravan for a traveling circus? Look down, beneath the keels of the ships. What you see is not just a planet, it is Calth, the jewel of Ultramar. But notice the thin silver threads girdling the world's equator. This is the Veridian anchor. Calth is a harsh world. The star Veridia is unstable. Its radiation is deadly to unprotected organics. Therefore, the population of Calth lives underground, in giant cavern arcologies. But Calth's industry, its shipyards, its pride, are here, in the sky. The orbital shipyards of Calth are a marvel of dark age of technology engineering, restored by the Mechanicum. It is a ring of docks, habitation modules, and weapon platforms where ships are built for the XIII Legion. At this very moment, millions of civilian specialists are located on the stations of the anchor. Engineers, assemblers, servitors, their families. They live in fragile bubbles of steel and transplast, separated from the vacuum by mere centimeters of plating. They look upon the formation of ships with pride, thinking the Astartes are their protectors. They do not know that the planetary defense system, the famous Calth grid, is currently offline. It is in a reboot and diagnostic mode at the request of the allies from the 17th Legion, allegedly for code integration. The tech priests of the word-bearers have not inserted a patch into the system, but scrap code, a virus. In this very second, Calth, one of the most heavily defended worlds of the Imperium, is absolutely naked. It holds no shield. It has bared its throat to the knife, trusting the hand that holds it. Ventanus looked out the viewport again. The sense of wrongness reached its peak. It grew from anxiety into physical nausea. On the sensor sphere displaying the tactical situation, a new marker appeared. Small, insignificant, a ship of the service tender class, the Campanila. It was moving strangely. It was not following the vectors of the muster. It was cutting across the flow. It was gaining speed, inside the anchorage zone. "Sergeant!" Ventanus's voice became cold as ice. "Hail the Campanila! They are breaking formation. They are on a collision course." "No response, Captain. They are accelerating. Engines in afterburner mode. Reactor overload." "Target?" The sergeant looked at the captain. His helmet lenses blinked. "They are not targeting a ship, sir. They are going straight for the shipyards, into the grid control center." Ventanus gripped the railing. His fingers dented the metal. In that second, time slowed down. He watched the tiny dot turn into a comet. He understood what was happening, but his mind refused to accept the fact. This is not an error. This is not an accident. Theoretical, this is an attack, flashed through his mind. Practical, this is betrayal. Below, on the surface of Calth, the sun still shone. Above, in space, the word-bearers' ships began to slowly rotate their gun turrets. The absolute power of the Imperium, of which he had been so proud a minute ago, was preparing to devour itself. Ventanus opened his mouth to give the order, "Battle stations," but in that moment, the Campanila slammed into the station, and the universe exploded. The air in the private chambers of First Chaplain Erebus was heavy, as if saturated with invisible mercury. Here, in the depths of the armored belly of the battleship Destiny's Hand, the standard air recirculation systems used throughout the Legion's Astartes fleet did not function. Instead of the sterile scent of ozone and purified oxygen that reigned on the bridges of the Ultramarines, this place smelled of antiquity. It was a complex, multi-layered aroma. One could detect notes of dried sage from the fields of Colchis, the sweetish reek of old parchment preserved in stasis fields, and the sharp, coppery tang of fresh blood. a smell that triggers an instinctive desire in the unprepared to hold their breath. But for the initiated, it is ambrosia. The room was plunged into gloom. The lumens were dimmed to the minimum, their light barely piercing the thick clouds of incense lazily crawling along the floor. The walls of the cabin were not metallic. They were hidden behind heavy tapestries of dark burgundy velvet, embroidered with gold thread. The fabric absorbed sound, creating an acoustic vacuum. Here, in the heart of the spiderweb, the hum of the ship's warp engines sounded not like technical noise, but like the distant, rhythmic chanting of a choir trapped in a dungeon. Erebus stood in the center of the room before a tall mirror of polished obsidian. He was stripped of the upper part of his armor. His torso, massive and sculpturally perfect, a result of the Emperor's genetic alchemy, resembled a star map, but instead of stars, constellations of scars and tattoos were carved into his skin. He did not move, yet every muscle in his body was tense. In his right hand he held an instrument, a thin stylus tipped with volcanic glass. Erebus brought the stylus to his left forearm. His movements were fluid, devoid of haste. He did not rush. Time no longer existed. It had frozen in anticipation of his will. The tip touched the skin. Erebus pressed down. A black drop appeared on the surface, mixing with the ink fed through the channel of the instrument. He drew the line slowly, with surgical precision. This was not merely a tattoo. This was an incision into reality. The pain was sharp, hot, but the first chaplain did not wince. On the contrary, his pupils dilated, drinking in the meager light of the room. For him, pain was a form of communication, a language in which mortal flesh speaks to the ether. He was inscribing the rune Kasir, the sign of completion. The stylus grated, tearing through the upper layers of the epidermis. Erebus felt the vibration of pain ascend his nerve endings to his shoulder, pouring into his spine. He savored the sensation, decomposing it into its constituents: the burning of the tear, the pulsation of blood, the cold touch of the glass. He whispered. His lips barely moved, but the words fell into the silence of the room like stones into a deep well. Not for the throne, not for the Father, for the primordial truth. He finished the stroke. Blood ran down his arm, tracing the contours of his muscles, and dripped onto the floor. The sound of the drop hitting the deck seemed deafeningly loud. It may seem to you, citizens, that the markings on the traitor's body are merely barbaric scribbles, a tribute to primitive superstitions. This is a dangerous misconception. The script of Colchis, the homeworld of Primarch Lorgar, is thousands of years older than the Imperium itself. Colchis was a dry, sun-scorched world where religion was the only means of survival. The local priests, the Covenant stargazers, watched the heavens for centuries, but they did not look at the stars. They looked into the void between the stars. They saw patterns in the Empyrean and transcribed them onto parchment. Each rune of the Colchisian alphabet is not a phonetic sound. It is a geometric expression of a warp concept. It is a mathematical formula describing a specific aspect of the immaterial. When Lorgar led his legion to the worship of chaos, he did not invent anything new. He simply returned to his roots. He remembered the language that was created to communicate with gods. Inscribed on armor or skin, such a rune becomes a resonator. It weakens the veil of reality at a specific point in space. If you inscribe one rune, you get a headache. If you draw the correct sequence, a hexagram or octid, and feed it with the blood of a psyker, you open a door through which the Neverborn can pass. What Erebus is doing in this scene, he is not decorating himself. He is turning his own body into a living key, into a biological beacon designed to tell the storm where to break. Erebus set the stylus down on a velvet cushion. He raised his eyes and looked into the obsidian mirror. From the darkness of the glass, his own face stared back, broad, heavy, tattooed with verses from the Book of Lorgar. the face of a man who had seen hell and found it cozy. But for a split second, the reflection changed. It seemed to Erebus that the eyes in the mirror blinked with vertical eyelids, and the smile grew slightly wider than human anatomy allowed. "They suspect nothing," Erebus spoke, addressing the mirror. His voice was soft, enveloping, the voice of a preacher comforting the dying. Guilliman counts his ships. He calculates tonnage, probability, logistics. He thinks war is an equation. The reflection in the mirror remained motionless, but the shadows around it thickened, as if nodding. "He has forgotten that the universe is irrational," Erebus continued. "He built his Ultramar on a foundation of logic. What a delightfully fragile foundation." Erebus stepped away from the mirror and approached a low table on which stood a cogitator of ancient pattern. The device's screen glowed with a sickly amber light. Beside the cogitator lay a data slate, connected to the system by a thick cable braided with copper wire. Code pulsed on the screen. But this was not the binary code of the Mechanicum, strict and ordered. The symbols on the screen trembled, swapped places, merged into patterns that made the eyes water. Erebus passed his hand over the keyboard. He felt the heat radiating from the machine. The machine spirit of this device had been perverted, tortured, and reforged. It was suffering, and its suffering was fuel for calculations. "The Campanila is on an intercept vector," Erebus whispered. "My little herald, my silver dart." He closed his eyes and pictured the tender ship hurtling toward the Calth shipyards. He imagined the faces of the ultramarine controllers, their confusion turning to panic. Their pathetic attempts to hail the ship on the Vox channel. "Hail them!" Erebus sneered. "Scream into the void, but the void now speaks with my voice." He placed his palm on the data slate. In this moment he felt like a god. Not the false god who sits on the golden throne and demands blind obedience, but a true demiurge who changes the fate of billions with a single press of a finger. There was no pity in him. Pity is the lot of the weak, like Argel-Tal. Argel-Tal, who still believed in honor and brotherhood. Erebus despised these concepts. Brotherhood is a chain. Honor is a blinder. There is only power, and those with the will to take it. What resides within Erebus's data slate is not a computer virus. To call it a virus is like calling the plague a mild indisposition. It is scrap code. It was born in the vaults of Mars, when Fabricator General Kelbor Hal opened the forbidden vaults, the vaults of Moravec. It is infected information. It is data possessed by demons. In standard binary code, information is transmitted through a sequence of zeros and ones. Logic is absolute. Scrap code introduces a third variable, the variable of chaos. It forces the logic circuits of machines to experience emotions, pain, fear, rage. A cogitator infected with scrap code does not simply break, it goes insane. It begins to howl through its speakers with the voices of the damned. It overheats its reactors in an act of suicidal ecstasy. Erebus's plan is monstrous in its genius. The Ultramarines rely on communication. Their strength lies in coordination. The Calth grid system links millions of soldiers, thousands of ships, and orbital platforms into a single organism. The scrap code Erebus is about to release will not merely cut communications, it will turn this network into a weapon. Vox channels will explode with a shriek that ruptures eardrums. IFF systems will reverse polarity. Automated turrets will traverse and open fire on their masters. This is the murder of the noosphere, blinding the giant before slitting his throat. Erebus opened his eyes. The amber light of the screen reflected in his pupils, giving them an inhuman sheen. The vibration of the ship changed. Somewhere far away, beyond hundreds of kilometers of bulkheads, hangars were opening, releasing thunderhawks and boarding pods. The Legion was preparing for the harvest. But the first blow would not be struck by a bolter. The first blow would be the word. Erebus typed the final sequence on the rune keyboard. These were not coordinates. It was a name, the name of the entity living within the code. "Sing," he whispered. "Sing the song of the end for Guilliman's children." His finger descended on the activation rune. In that same second, the light in the cabin flickered. The obsidian mirror cracked, emitting a sound like the cry of a wounded bird. The air became freezing. Steam poured from Erebus's mouth. Somewhere in the void, invisible to him but felt by every cell of his tattooed body, the Campanila slammed into the Calth shipyards. And simultaneous with the physical impact, Erebus sent the pulse. An invisible wave of digital plague burst from the antennae of Destiny's hand, rushing toward the Loyalist fleet at the speed of light. Erebus smiled, threw his head back, and laughed. His laughter mingled with the wail of sirens that began to roar across the entire sector. The Golden Age had ended. The Age of Fire had begun. The Veridia sun stood at its zenith. For any other world in the galaxy, this luminary would be a death sentence, an unstable blue star spewing torrents of hard ultraviolet and X-ray radiation capable of flaying the skin from a man in mere minutes. But Calth was not any other world. Calth was a triumph of human will over a hostile cosmos. Captain of the 4th Company of the Ultramarines, Remus Ventanus, stood on landing platform Leptius 9. The wind cycled through millions of atmospheric filters and gravity shields, buffeted the red transverse crest of his helm, which was maglocked to his belt. The air here was hot, dry, and carried a specific taste, the taste of heated stone and ozone. It was the taste of civilization. Ventanus blinked, clearing tactical data from his retinal display. Life bustled around him. Not the chaotic, filthy life typical of the hive worlds of Terra or the underhives of Necromunda, but the ordered, symphonic activity of Ultramar. Grav trains resembling silver snakes glided along magnetic rails between the Arcology spires. Freight elevators lifted containers of grain and ore to orbit. Thousands of humans, dock workers, logisticians, scribes, moved across the plasteel decking of the platform. There was no fear in their movements, no fuss. Everyone knew their place. Everyone knew their task. Ventanus felt the weight of the tigress pattern bolter at his hip. The weapon slept. Its machine spirit was in deep repose, and the ammo counter glowed with a soft green light. 30-30. The captain caught himself thinking that this green light annoyed him. He was an Astartes. He was created to slay monsters, conquer stars, and stand in the fires of battle. But for the last 2 weeks, his most dangerous task had been verifying manifests for the delivery of hydroponic wheat to the word-bearer's fleet. The war of perfection, he thought with bitter irony. So far, it is a war of bureaucracy. A mortal approached Ventanus. It was the port seneschal named Pelot, a middle-aged man dressed in a grey tunic with a blue sash, the colours of the 13th Legion. Pelot was a good administrator, efficient, but in the presence of a post-human, he always sweated. Ventanus could smell his fear, the sharp chemical scent of cortisol cutting through expensive cologne. "Lord Ventanus?" Pelot bowed, not daring to raise his eyes above the Astartes' chestplate, adorned with the golden Ultramar. We have encountered a slight hitch with the loading in Sector 4. Ventanus slowly turned his head. The servos of his neck joint emitted a quiet but distinct whir. "A hitch, Seneschal?" The captain's voice was deep, steady as the hum of a generator. The muster schedule was approved by Primarch Guilliman. There is no variable for hitches in the Primarch's equations. Pelot swallowed nervously. His fingers, clutching a data slate, went white. "Of course, my lord, but the loader servitors, they are behaving strangely. For the last hour they have been ignoring priority commands. They are loading containers of promethium onto civilian shuttles instead of the word-bearers' military barges. The tech priests are speaking of a glitch in the noospheric code." Ventanus sighed. An Astartes sigh is a sound capable of rattling windows, but Ventanus suppressed it, venting air through his nose. Another technical error, another report. "Theoretical, software malfunction," he recited the standard formula. "Practical, sabotage, or incompetence. I will personally inspect Sector 4, Seneschal. If it is incompetence, the guilty parties will be remanded to the penal battalions. Thank you, my lord. Pello looked as if he had just been granted his life. Ventanus stepped to the edge of the platform, looking down at the city of Numin. White buildings, broad avenues, green parks beneath domes. It was beautiful. It was too beautiful for a galaxy full of war. He placed a hand, a massive gauntlet encased in blue ceramite, on the railing. The metal creaked pitifully under the weight. Ventanus didn't even notice. He felt like an elephant in a china shop, a giant in a world of porcelain figurines. To understand the tragedy of Calth, one must understand Ultramar. Most worlds of the Imperium are feudal holdings where the population lives in filth, praying to a distant god on Terra, while the governor wrings every drop of juice from them for the tithe. The Imperium is a machine of war fed by human meat. Ultramar is the exception. Primarch Guilliman is not just a warrior, he is a statesman. He believed that Astartes were created not only to destroy, but to rule. In the 500 worlds of Ultramar, a space marine is not a distant angel of death. He is an administrator, a judge, an architect. Mortals here do not fear their overlords with animal terror. They respect them. Meritocracy thrives here. If you are talented, you will rise, whether you are the son of a laborer or an aristocrat. Here, everyone has food. Here, laws work. This was Guilliman's dream of the future, of the time when the Great Crusade would end and swords could be beaten into plowshares. Ultramar was the prototype of the perfect Imperium. And that is exactly why Chaos hated it so. Chaos feeds on despair, injustice, and rot. Ultramar, with its order and satiety, was the antithesis of the warp. It was proof that humanity could live differently. The destruction of Calth was not merely a strategic move. It was an ideological attack. Lorgar wanted to prove to his brother that his perfect society is a house of cards that will collapse at the first gust of the wind of truth. Captain, Pillow did not leave. He shifted from foot to foot. Forgive my boldness, but there are rumors. Ventanus did not turn around. He continued scanning the horizon where the word-bearers' heavy transports were landing. Rumors are information garbage, Seneschal. Astartes do not operate on garbage. Yes, but they say the war with the orcs of Gaslak is only the beginning. That after this Guilliman will lead us further, beyond known space, that we will never return home. Ventanus felt a prick of a strange emotion. Melancholy? He looked at his hands, at the blue armor, polished to a shine by serfs. We were created for war, Pillow. The home of an Astartes is not a planet. It is a ship, a barracks, and a battlefield. Peace, he swept his hand over the shining city, is for you. We build it, we guard it, but we do not truly live in it. That is sad, my lord. It is necessary, practical. If we lay down our arms, you will die. Ventanus lied, or at least he withheld the full truth. He was bored. He was unbearably bored. His genetically modified organism demanded action. His blood, capable of clotting in seconds, thirsted for adrenaline. Did he look at the perfect streets of Numin and dream of seeing them through a targeting reticule? No. He dreamed of an enemy, a worthy enemy. The orcs of Gaslak were just meat, mushrooms with axes. There was no challenge in them. Ventanus wanted a test that would force him to use all his faculties. He wanted a battle where theory and practice would merge into a single dance of death. In a few minutes, he would regret this wish. The Chaos Gods have a cruel habit of granting warriors' dreams literally. Look at the sky. It is beautiful, is it not? Azure turning to indigo. But this beauty is deceptive. The star Veridia is dying. It is in the stage preceding a supernova event. Its spectrum is shifted into the blue, and it bombards its planets with such quantities of gamma radiation that biological life on the surface is impossible. How then does Numin exist? How does Pelot stand here in a simple tunic? The answer is the Calth grid. It is a network of thousands of orbital projector satellites creating an artificial magnetosphere and radiation shields over the planet. It is a dome of invisible energy that filters out death, allowing only safe light to pass. The grid is the planet's most vulnerable point. If it deactivates for even a minute, the atmosphere will begin to ionize. The ozone layer will burn away instantly. Humans on the surface will receive a lethal dose of radiation in the time it takes to draw a single breath. Their skin will redden, blister, and begin to slough off. The inhabitants of Calth walk beneath a sword of Damocles suspended by a thread of technology. And now, in this very second, that thread is being cut. Erebus's scrap code has already penetrated the control cogitators of the satellites. The grid is not just shutting down, it is beginning to fall. The data slate in Seneschal Pilot's hands emitted a sound. It was not the usual notification beep. It was a screech, a sound like a nail being dragged across glass, amplified by a vox speaker to the threshold of pain. Pilot cried out and dropped the device. The slate hit the deck, but the screen did not go dark. A face began to dissolve onto it. Inhuman. A face composed of static and digital noise, grinning. "My lord?" Pilot stumbled back, clutching his ears. Ventanus instantly shifted into combat mode. The boredom vanished. The world around him slowed. He saw the indicators on his visor going mad. Armor diagnostic runes shifted color from green to blood red. The compass began to spin. The Geiger counter built into his suit suddenly crackled, showing a sharp spike in radiation. Ventanus raised his head to the sky. The azure was vanishing. The sky was changing color. It was turning a dirty violet, the color of a bruise on a corpse. The gravity shields of the orbital shipyards flickered, and within that flickering, Ventanus saw something that made his twin hearts skip a beat. A new star. A bright flash in high orbit, where the docks were located. The Campanila had reached its target. The shockwave had not yet arrived. Sound lags in the atmosphere. But the light from the explosion already struck his eyes. And then the rain began. It was not water. It was debris. Massive chunks of orbital stations, burning ships, thousands of tons of metal falling from the heavens. They entered the atmosphere, leaving trails of fire behind them. The Calth grid had collapsed. Ventanus grabbed Pilot by the collar and hurled him toward the nearest armored airlock. "Take cover!" His voice, amplified by the Vox grill, drowned out the rising wail of sirens. Theoretical, we are under attack. Practical, we are already in hell. In that moment, the Veridia sun, stripped of its filters, struck the surface with all its fury. The stratagem of the flagship. Macragge's honor did not resemble a captain's bridge in the conventional sense. It was an amphitheater of data, a vast, domed chamber where the air was always chilled to a sterile crispness to minimize the overheating of tens of thousands of cogitators. Silence reigned here, but it was not emptiness. It was the hum of a colossal hive, the scratch of thousands of styluses on data slates, the rustle of parchment, the quiet, rhythmic clatter of keys from servitors embedded in the walls. It was the sound of the Legion's brain at work. In the center of this temple of calculation, on a dais, the soldiers called the Primarch's private deck, was Primarch Guilliman. He did not sit on a throne. Thrones are for those who rule by fear. Guilliman sat behind a massive desk of polished Ultramar marble. The surface was cluttered not with weapons, but with info crystals, scrolls, and hololithic projectors. The Primarch of the 13th Legion was unhelmeted. His face, carved as if from antique stone, was absolutely motionless. His eyes, the color of a cold, stormy sea, scanned lines of data with inhuman speed. He was writing. In his massive hand, capable of crushing an orc skull like an overripe berry, the elegant stylus seemed like a toy, but his movements were precise, calibrated to the micrometer. Guilliman was not just signing orders, he was editing reality. Logistics of Prometheum supplies, auxiliary rotation schedules, calibration of orbital mirrors, all of it passed through him. To other Primarchs, war was an art, Fulgrim, a craft, Ferrus, or a curse, Angron. To Guilliman, war was an equation, and he hated when the equation did not balance. Guilliman stopped the stylus. The ink dot froze on the parchment. A ripple appeared in the stream of data flowing through the ship's noosphere. It was something so insignificant that any mortal communications officer would have written it off as atmospheric interference. A deviation in Vox network performance of 0%. A latency in response from the word-bearer's fleet. But Guilliman did not miss details. Details win wars. Details destroy empires. He expanded a hololithic sphere before him, displaying the Calth grid, the planet's orbital defense system. The grid flickered. "Diagnostic," the Primarch uttered. His voice was not loud, yet it instantly drowned out the background noise of the strategium. A Magos Dominus, hardwired into the tactical table, twitched. His mechadendrites trembled. "Lord Primarch, the grid code, it is changing. We are detecting data packets originating from the 17th Legion fleet. They do not match Omega protocols." "Clarify," Guilliman demanded, his eyes narrowing. "Is this a protocol update? Did Lorgar send new ciphers?" "The data is illogical." The Magos' voice faltered into static. "These are not ciphers. This is noise, structured noise. It is rewriting the logic gates of the defense." Guilliman felt a prick of irritation. Lorgar. His brother had always been prone to theatricality, always these secret signs, rituals, hidden meanings. Guilliman respected Lorgar as a brother, but despised his methods. Mysticism is sand in the gears of efficiency. Had Lorgar decided to bless the defense system with his Colchizian prayers without warning? That would be just like him. To inject religious texts into the code, believing it would strengthen the shields better than void generators. "Cease integration," Guilliman ordered. "Isolate the grid. Transmit to the Fidelitas Lex. I demand an immediate explanation. And tell my brother that if his chaplains interfere with machine code with their psalms again, I will personally throw them out the airlock." You are observing the workings of the greatest analytical mind in the Imperium, but even this mind has a blind spot. To understand why Guilliman does not see the knife poised at his back, one must understand his method of thinking. Ultramarines do not just think, they operate in two states of reality. Theoretical. This is the analysis of all possible options. This is scenario planning. What could happen? Theoretically, the engine could fail. Theoretically, the enemy could flank. Practical. This is immediate action based on the most likely scenario. What do we do now? This method makes the 13th Legion incredibly adaptive against a known enemy. But it breaks down when faced with the irrational. In Guilliman's model of the world, a brother's betrayal falls into the category of theoretical impossible. Why? Because it is illogical. The Imperium has won. The war is almost over. To betray now is to commit suicide. It is stupid. And Guilliman does not believe that his brothers, even unstable ones like Angron or Lorgar, could be clinical idiots. The scrap code he sees is classified by his mind as a technical error, practical, because the alternative, my brother is trying to kill me and destroy 500,000 Astartes, is too absurd to be true. Guilliman is a prisoner of his own rationality. Marius Gage, first master of the Ultramarines, ascended to the bridge. His face, scarred and grim, was somber. He held his helmet in his hands, squeezing it until the ceramite creaked. "Lord Guilliman, Vox contact with the surface of Calth is unstable. Reports from Captain Ventanus are breaking up." Guilliman did not look up from the screens. "Atmospheric interference, Marius. The Veridia star is particularly active today. Plus, our brother Lorgar is playing shaman again. His fleet is broadcasting so much junk code that our augurs are going blind." "With respect, sire," Gage stepped closer. "This does not look like interference. The weapon systems of the Fidelitas Lex, they are active. Their thermal signatures are rising." Guilliman finally raised his head. In his gaze, one could read the weariness of a man surrounded by incompetence. They are conducting drills, Marius. We are flying to fight orcs. Lorgar wants to show that his legion is ready. He is showing off. Showing off by locking lance batteries on our flagship? Gage asked quietly. Guilliman froze. For a second, doubt flickered in his eyes. Theoretical. This could be a provocation, the Primarch said slowly. Lorgar is resentful over Monarchia. He wants to make me nervous. He wants me to react, to raise shields, to show fear. And practical? The First Master asked. Practical. We will not respond. I will not give him the satisfaction of seeing the Ultramarines flinch at shadows, hold formation, continue attempts to establish contact. Guilliman returned to his desk. He was annoyed. It seemed like childish games. Brothers measuring strength instead of working. He picked up another data slate. In this moment he resembled the captain of the Titanic, scolding the lookout for shouting too loudly about icebergs and disturbing the passengers' sleep. While the Primarch analyzes code errors, death is already hurtling toward him at near relativistic speeds. The Campanila is a small ship, a service tender. On the scale of the fleet, it is a gnat. It has no heavy guns. It has weak armor. But in space, anything with mass and acceleration is a weapon. Erebus and his minions accelerated the Campanila inside the anchorage zone. They overloaded the reactors, turning the engines into plasma torches. Now this little ship is rushing toward the Calth shipyards at tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. It is simple physics. Force equals mass times acceleration. At such speed, even a small tender will release energy upon impact comparable to the detonation of a tactical nuclear charge. But the main danger is not the explosion. The main danger is the cascade effect. The Campanila will strike the grid control center. Debris from the impact will turn into shrapnel that will shred neighboring ships, tightly packed in parade formation at hypersonic speeds. It is a domino effect, where the tiles are battleships with thermonuclear reactors. Guilliman felt it before he heard it. Vibration. Not the familiar hum of engines that was the heartbeat of the ship. It was a tremor that ran through the skeleton of the flagship, as if a massive bell had been struck with a sledgehammer. Glasses of water on his desk toppled. The stylus rolled across the marble. Then the sirens wailed. The sound was so harsh that even the Astartes on the bridge winced. Red emergency lumens flooded the strategium with the color of blood. "Report!" Guilliman's voice drowned out the wail of the sirens. He was already standing. The desk was overturned. The Magos Dominus screamed, his Vox grill sparking. "Impact! Multiple collisions in high orbit! The shipyards are gone, my lord! The Calth grid has fallen!" Guilliman looked at the main view screen. Where a second ago the peaceful blue of space had hung, a flower of fire was now blooming. Debris flew in all directions, slamming into the flanks of defenseless ultramarine ships. He saw cruisers breaking in half. He saw atmosphere venting from breached hulls, carrying thousands of bodies into the void. And then he saw the Fidelitas Lex. Lorgar's flagship was unharmed. Its shields were raised, and its guns opened fire. Macro shells and lance beams struck the flank of Macrag's honor. The floor dropped out from under Guilliman's feet. The Primarch was thrown across the strategium, impact of head against bulkhead, darkness, the taste of copper in his mouth. Guilliman rose, leaning on the wall. His perfect logical world had collapsed. The theoretical had become impossible. "Practical," he growled, and for the first time in centuries, pure, bestial rage sounded in his voice. "Kill them all." There was no life on the bridge of the fleet tender Campanila. In the biological sense of the word, death reigned here. The crew, consisting of 300 mortal officers and 5,000 ratings, had been exterminated long before the ship began its final movement. Their bodies had not been removed. They lay where death had overtaken them, at navigation consoles, at the base of maneuvering levers, in cogitator thrones. Their skin had taken on a waxy grey hue, and expressions of absolute incomprehension were frozen in their open, glassy eyes. They had not died by weapons. They were killed by sound, a ritual word spoken over the Vox channel that caused an instant cerebral hemorrhage. But the ship was not empty. In the shadows gathering in the corners of the bridge, something stirred. These were not humans. They were constructs of flesh and metal, crudely stitched servitors reprogrammed not by the tech priests of Mars, but by dark apostles. From their Vox grills came not the usual binary mutterings, but a wet, squelching whisper. The lights on the bridge were disabled. The only source of illumination was runes inscribed in blood on the monitor screens. They pulsed in time with the reactor's beat, which was accelerating beyond permissible limits. The ship groaned. Bulkheads creaked, unable to withstand the pressure of the internal atmosphere, which was becoming increasingly toxic. The machine spirit of the Campanila screamed in pain as scrap code raped its logic circuits, forcing it to do what it was never designed to do. The Campanila's main engine roared. It was not the smooth start prescribed by dock protocols. It was an explosion. Plasma nozzles ejected a jet of superheated matter a kilometer long, instantly vaporizing the refueling hoses and service scaffolding that were still attached to the hull. The tender jerked like a mad bull breaking its chain. Multi-ton magnetic clamps holding it in the dock were torn out with the meat, leaving jagged wounds on the orbital station's plating. The ship began to gain speed. The vector of movement was insane. It went perpendicular to the fleet's ecliptic plane, straight through the parking zones, where the cruisers and frigates of the XIII Legion hung. Inside the Campanila, the gravity compensators were disabled. The bodies of the dead crew members were hurled from wall to wall, turning them into a bloody pulp. But the servitors, welded to the control consoles, continued their work. Their skinless fingers hammered in afterburner commands. More, faster, stronger. The reactor howled. Radiation shielding melted, and lethal radiation filled the engineering decks, but there was no one left there to die. The ship was turning into a projectile, into a gigantic, blunt, inexorable bullet cast from plasteel and hatred. To understand the scale of the catastrophe, you must understand what a tender is. In heroic sagas, you hear of battleships of the Gloriana class, of nimble destroyers and powerful cruisers. But they do not win wars. Tenders win wars. The Campanila is not a warship. It has no lance emitters, no torpedo tubes, no military-grade void shields. It is in essence a flying warehouse. A rectangular brick several kilometers long, consisting of holds, tanks and engines. Its task is to carry millions of tons of promethium for the ravenous reactors of battleships, to carry mountains of bolt shells, to carry spare parts for Titans. Because of their purpose, tenders possess colossal mass. They are heavier than many battle cruisers. Their armor is thick, not for protection against the enemy, but for protection against micrometeorites and the radiation of the cargo. They are clumsy, ugly, and absolutely indispensable. In any naval doctrine, a tender is considered a non-combatant. It is not attacked first. That is a waste of ammunition. It is ignored by targeting systems tuned to search for active threats. A tender is the background noise of war. That is exactly why Erebus chose the Campanila. No ultramarine auspex classified it as a threat until it was too late. The wolf donned the skin of the most harmless sheep in the flock. Panic reigned aboard the flight control station High Anchor. But it was not the chaotic panic of a crowd, but the cold, professional panic of specialists who see a disaster and realize they cannot prevent it. The chief flight controller, Uon Homd, looked at the hololithic table. His face was pale, drops of sweat running down his temples, soaking into the stiff collar of his uniform. "Campanila, respond!" he shouted into the Vox transmitter. "You are violating movement protocol. You are on a collision course. Cut your engines immediately." In response, only silence, and the crackle of scrap code, which sounded like the laughter of hundreds of demons. Movement vector confirmed. The voice of a junior adept trembled. They are not drifting, sir. They are accelerating. Acceleration 4G, 6G, 8G, reactor in critical condition. They have gone mad, Homd whispered. They will kill themselves. Sir, trajectory calculation. The adept fell silent. He could not bring himself to say it aloud. Homd looked at the trajectory. A red line sliced through the perfect order of the fleet and ended in the heart of the orbital shipyards. Activate emergency sirens, Homd's voice cracked. All ships in Sector Omega-9, emergency evasion. Activate shipyard defensive fields. Fields are not responding, sir. System is rebooting. Open fire! This decision came hard to him. To order fire on one's own ship. All anti-ship batteries, shoot down that tender, but he knew it was useless. Anti-space defense turrets were designed to intercept fighters and torpedoes. They could scratch the Campanila's paint, but stop millions of tons of accelerated metal. One might as well try to stop an avalanche by shooting at it with a pistol. Homd watched the screen. He saw the small marker of the Campanila devouring the distance. He did not pray to the Emperor. He was a man of Ultramar, a rational man. In ancient Terran history, there was a scientist named Isaac Newton. He derived laws that hold true even in the 31st millennium. And the cruelest of these laws states, force equals mass times acceleration. In space, there is no air friction, no resistance. If you accelerate an object, it retains energy until the moment of impact. The Campanila weighs millions of tons. Its engines, operating at a suicidal limit, accelerated it to a speed constituting a noticeable percentage of the speed of light. At this moment, the ship ceased to be a transport. It became a kinetic projectile of the planet killer class. The energy released upon collision is not measured in megatons of TNT. It is measured in gigatons. This is more than the salvo of all the nuclear arsenals of ancient terror. But the most terrifying part is the shrapnel. When the Campanila hits the shipyards, it will not just explode. Both it and the target will turn into a cloud of superheated plasma and debris flying at relativistic speeds. Every fragment, every bolt, every piece of plating will become a bullet capable of piercing a battleship through and through. This is called Kessler syndrome, raised to the absolute. One impact spawns thousands of impacts. Thousands of impacts spawn millions. The dense formation of the Ultramarines' fleet, their pride and demonstration of discipline, turns into their sentence. They are standing too close to each other. They have no room to maneuver. Death will pass from ship to ship like a forest fire. On the bridge of the Campanila, the servitor pilot, whose flesh had already begun to char from the heat of the instrument panel, made his final movement. He locked the yoke. The nose of the tender pointed straight at the Calth grid control center. Ahead, through the view screen splattered with blood, the station grew rapidly. It was enormous, glittering with lights, full of people. The Campanila did not break. It went for the ram with the joy of a berserker. One Homd on his tower closed his eyes. He did not want to see the flash. Theoretical. This is the end, he whispered. The impact occurred in the total silence of the vacuum. But the light from it was so bright that the shadows of people on the planet's surface, 40,000 kilometers below, were burned into the asphalt. The Campanila vanished. The control station vanished. In their place, a new sun was born, and this sun began to devour the fleet of the XIIIth Legion. In a vacuum, there is no sound. This is a fundamental law of physics that usually serves as a mercy. If the universe could transmit the sound of what happened in Calth's high orbit, the eardrums of every living being on the planet would have ruptured instantly, and their brains would have turned to jelly from the acoustic shock. But light needs no medium. At the moment the Campanila collided with the central node of the Veridian anchor shipyards, time seemed to stumble. For a microsecond, reality contracted into a singularity. The tender, accelerated to relativistic speed, did not merely crash into the station. It passed through the first layers of armor, habitation decks, and fuel stores faster than a nerve impulse can transmit a signal of pain from skin to brain. The matter of the ship and the matter of the station, upon meeting, refused to coexist in the same space. They annihilated. The kinetic energy of billions of tons of metal multiplied by insane velocity was released instantly. It was a flash of such intensity that the photochromic lenses on the helms of Astartes thousands of kilometers from the epicenter turned black to save their wearers' sight. For unprotected mortals looking through viewports or telescopes at that moment, this light was the last thing they ever saw. Their retinas vaporized, burned out by a white fire brighter than the dying star Veridia. The epicenter of the impact expanded. It was not the fireball familiar from atmospheric explosions. It was a sphere of pure, superheated plasma and disintegrated matter, expanding with terrifying, unnatural beauty. The Calth shipyards, a ring of metal girdling the planet, ceased to be a unified structure. The Campanila's strike broke the station's spine. Giant trusses holding half-built battleships twisted like hot wax. Inside the station, millions of people died without even realizing they were dead. They turned into vapor, becoming part of the expanding cloud of death. But the true horror began seconds later. The shockwave, not of air, but of deformation and flying debris, triggered a chain reaction. The Ultramarines' fleet, hanging in perfect parade formation, was trapped by its own discipline. They stood too close. Massive chunks of the station, the size of mountains, slammed into the flanks of cruisers. Void shields, not designed to withstand impact from an object with a mass of 1,000,000 tons, collapsed with violet flashes. The battleships of the 13th Legion, the pride of the fleet, broke in half. Their reactors lost containment, adding new, secondary explosions to the catastrophe, blooming like buds of poisonous flowers. Space turned into a meat grinder, billions of shards, from microscopic flecks of paint to entire engine sections, became shrapnel flying at bullet speed. They punched through the hulls of neighboring ships, killing crews, depressurizing compartments, turning the great fleet into a graveyard. On the surface of Calth, on platform Leptius 9, Captain Remus Ventanus slowly rose from his knees. His Mark IV Maximus armor beeped pitifully with alarm signals. The servos were clogged with dust, kicked up by the atmospheric pressure shockwave. Ventanus tasted blood. He had bitten his tongue at the moment of the flash. He raised his head. The sky above Calth had changed forever. The familiar azure was gone. The sky had turned the color of a hematoma, dirty violet, streaked with fiery bands. The atmosphere was burning. Ionization from the released energy ignited auroras all along the equator, though the planet's physics did not allow for it. Ventanus looked up, and his post-human mind, capable of analyzing a tactical situation in milliseconds, stalled. He saw rains of fire. Burning debris fell from the sky. Some were small as meteorites, others were huge as cities. He saw the silhouette of a battle barge, broken in half, entering the dense layers of the atmosphere, engulfed in flames. Theoretical, he tried to formulate a thought. Theoretical, the fleet is destroyed, the shipyards are destroyed, we have lost void supremacy in 1 second. Practical, this is impossible. Beside him, Seneschal Pelot stirred. The mortal official was alive, but his mind had broken. He sat on the floor, rocking from side to side, opening his mouth soundlessly like a fish thrown onto the shore. Blood flowed from his ears. His eardrums had burst from the pressure drop. Ventanus grabbed him by the shoulder, hard. "Stand up!" the Astartes barked. He needed order. He needed something to command so as not to go mad himself. "Report on spaceport status." Pelot looked at him with empty eyes. Then he raised a trembling hand and pointed at the sky. "The sun," he whispered. "We killed the sun." Ventanus followed his gaze. The flash of the explosion in orbit was beginning to fade, but it left a scar behind. A massive, expanding cloud of plasma and dust obscured the disk of Veridia. Twilight descended on Calth. Not night, but a sickly, red gloom. He is right, Ventanus thought. The Golden Age is over. The light has gone out. And at that moment, his Vox channel came to life. But these were not command orders. It was a scream. Thousands of voices merged into a single wail of pain, broadcast on all frequencies. Erebus's scrap code had reached the surface. The physical impact is only half the trouble. When millions of tons of matter annihilate in orbit, an energy release occurs across the entire spectrum. Gamma rays, X-rays, and most importantly for a technological civilization, an electromagnetic pulse, EMP. Calth is a high-tech world. Everything here is controlled by cogitators. Maglev trains, life support systems in underground cities, Astartes power armor, data slates in the hands of clerks. The explosion of the Campanila created an EMP of monstrous power. An invisible wave struck the planet before the first piece of debris fell. In that second, millions of devices failed. Grav vehicles, losing power, fell from the skies onto city streets. Surgical servitors in hospitals froze over patients or worse, began making chaotic movements due to short circuits. But the worst thing happened to the noosphere, the planet's information network. The scrap code injected by the traitors used this pulse as a carrier wave. It penetrated every device that did not burn out immediately. The logic spirits of machines were not just killed, they were driven insane. Automated defense systems, turrets, Vox transmitters, all of this now belonged to the enemy, even if the enemy had not physically landed yet. Ventanus felt the ground shudder beneath his feet. The first large fragment reached the surface. It was the engine module of some destroyer. It fell into the ocean, hundreds of kilometers from the city of Numin. But the impact was so powerful that the seismic sensors in Ventanus's armor went off the scale. A wall of water and steam rose on the horizon, and then the real rain began. The heavens collapsed. Burning pieces of metal fell on the city. They punched through park domes, toppled skyscrapers, turned broad avenues into craters. The beautiful, ordered Numin that Ventanus had contemplated just 5 minutes ago was turning into ruins before his eyes. Ventanus saw a huge shadow cover the platform. He looked up. A section of an orbital dock, the size of a city block, was entering the atmosphere directly above them. It was burning, and chunks of molten slag were falling from it. It fell slowly, majestically, and inexorably. "Take cover!" Ventanus shouted again, activating the maglocks on his souls so as not to be blown away by the shockwave. Practical, survival at any cost. But there was nowhere to run. The entire world had become a kill zone. Ventanus looked at the falling mountain of metal and realized one simple, terrible truth. The war they had prepared for, the war with fleets and armies, had not happened. Instead, a slaughter had begun, and they had already lost the first round without even drawing their bolters. The mountain fell. The screen went black. The impact of the Campanila destroyed matter. The scrap code destroyed meaning. In the second that the physical shockwave began to tear ships apart in orbit, a different wave passed through the fleet's noosphere. It moved at the speed of light, outpacing the flying debris. It entered antenna arrays, auger receivers, and targeting cogitators. It was not merely a signal. Through the static, a voice repeated a single phrase. "Samus is here. Samus is all around you." It was a scream. Imagine a sound merging the death cries of a billion victims, the grinding of tectonic plates, and the whispers of creatures living between the layers of reality. It was the binary equivalent of madness. On the bridge of the cruiser, Antradamicus, the senior communications officer, a mortal woman named Elissa, did not have time to remove her headset. The signal did not pass through processing filters. It struck directly. Elissa screamed, but her scream was drowned out by the sound erupting from her headphones. The speaker membranes ruptured, but the sound continued, resonating inside her skull. Blood sprayed from her ears, nose and eyes. Her brain, unable to process information containing the impossible mathematical equations of chaos, simply boiled. She was not alone. Throughout the Ultramarines' fleet, on thousands of decks, tens of thousands of Vox officers, astropaths and servitors died in convulsions. The Vox channels, the main artery of Legion coordination, were severed in the most brutal fashion. Instead of orders and reports, the ether was filled with a continuous, shrieking, maddening howl. On all screens of the flagship Macragge's Honor, the tactical display went dark. Green runes of loyalty, blue movement vectors, golden status icons, everything vanished. For a split second there was darkness, and then the screens flared. They lit up with the color of clotted blood and pus. Pixels arranged themselves into patterns that made the eyes ache. These were not numbers. These were faces, distorted, tormented faces that screamed soundlessly, begging for death. The Magos Dominus, connected to the main tactical table, went into a seizure. His mechadendrites, usually moving with the grace of snakes, began to lash out at those around him like mad whips. Sparks showered from his joints. "They are here!" the Magos shrieked in a voice that blended three different tonalities. "In the code! They are eating logic! No! 2! There is a digit 2!" His head snapped back, and black oil poured from his oculars. The ship's systems went insane. Gravity on the decks shifted chaotically. In some places it vanished, hurling men into the ceiling. In others it increased tenfold, snapping bones. Automatic airlock doors began to open and close at breakneck speed, bisecting those trying to run through them. The ship's machine spirit, a mighty and ancient entity, thrashed in agony. It was infected, it was raped. The fleet went blind. Ships, having lost control and navigation, began to drift. Huge battleships, stripped of their auger eyes, turned into helpless hunks of metal. They spun, colliding with one another, crashing into clouds of shipyard debris. Captains screamed orders into dead Vox handsets. Helmsmen turned wheels that no longer controlled anything. This was not just a loss of communications. It was the sensory deprivation of an entire legion. In the 41st millennium, technology is a religion. In the 31st millennium, technology is a science, but a science bordering on magic. The Imperium uses binary code, binaric, and the noosphere, data streams transmitted via light. It is pure, ordered information, the light of knowledge. Scrap code is the antithesis of light. It is not just a virus written by a hacker. It is, in essence, demonic possession at the software level. It was created the moment Kelbor Hal, the fabricator general of Mars, made a pact with chaos. Scrap code violates the fundamental laws of mathematics. It forces a machine to believe that 1 + 1 = 3, and that the result of this equation requires blood. How does it work? It infects the machine spirit, the semi-sentient governing complex systems. Scrap code induces emotions in the machine: fear, rage, hatred for its creators. A land raider infected with scrap code might lock its hatches to trap the crew inside and overload its engine. At Calth, Erebus employed an auditory virus. This is a variant of scrap code transmitted via sound. Any speaker, any earbud, any Vox transmitter becomes a carrier of the contagion. To be saved, one must go deaf. To maintain control of a ship, one must physically sever the cables linking the bridge to the engine room and switch to manual, mechanical control, as in the age of steam engines. Marius Gage, first master of the Ultramarines, stood amidst the chaos on the bridge of Macragge's Honor. His helmet lay on the floor, smashed. Gage had ripped it off a second ago when the Vox bead in his ear began whispering to him in the voice of his dead mother, urging him to gouge out his eyes. Blood ran down his neck from a scratched ear. Around him, officers tried to fight the maddened consoles. Some prayed, some shot at the screens with las pistols, trying to stop the flow of blasphemous images. "Cut the Vox!" Gage roared, drowning out the wail of sirens. Total isolation! Sever the noosphere hardlines! We will lose fire control, sir, shouted one of the lieutenants, his face grey with horror. We already have no control. Gage grabbed the lieutenant by the lapels and shook him. We are blind. Listen to me. Switch engines to manual control. Send runners to the engineering deck. Living men, no Vox. Runners? Sir, that is kilometers of corridors. Run! Gage turned to Guilliman. The Primarch stood by the shattered tactical table. He was terrifying. His face, usually impassive, was twisted in a grimace of concentration. Guilliman was not panicking. He was working. His brain, the most perfect biocomputer in the galaxy, was trying to do what machines could not, filter the noise. He looked at the screens awash with static and searched for patterns. Marius Guilliman's voice was quiet, but Gage heard it through the din. This is not a random glitch. It is an attack, my lord, we know. No, it is not just an attack. Look at the interference pattern. Guilliman pointed to a screen where red flashes flickered. They are herding us. The scrap code does not merely blind. It creates phantom signatures. Our targeting systems see targets where there are none, and they do not see targets where they are. What do they want? Gage asked. Guilliman raised his eyes. In them splashed a cold, deathly understanding. They want us to stop moving, to become targets. It is a loss of efficiency. When an ultramarine receives no orders, he relies on the theoretical. But now there is no theoretical data. The screens lie, the ears lie, reality lies. In this situation, even a Superman can make a mistake. He might start shooting at shadows. Or worse, he might freeze, trying to comprehend what is happening. And that second of hesitation is exactly what the Predator needs. Gage felt the vibration of the hull. It was not an internal explosion. It was a hit. Someone was shooting at them. He rushed to the observation viewport, the only source of truthful information in this ocean of lies. Behind the armored glass, hell reigned. The cloud of debris from the shipyards was still expanding, sparkling with the sparks of collisions. But silhouettes emerged through this cloud. Grey ships, the word-bearers' fleet. They were not drifting. Their lights burned steadily. Their formation was open, but controlled. The scrap code touched them not because they were its source, or because they had made a pact with what lived in the code. They were coming about, slowly like sharks sensing blood in the water. Gun ports on the flanks of the battleships opened. "My lord!" Gage shouted. "They are on an attack vector." Guilliman was already beside him. He stared into the void. The nearest ultramarine cruiser, the Samothrace, drifted sideways, shields down and engines cold. It was blind and deaf, the perfect victim. Opposite it loomed a word-bearer's battleship. "No," Guilliman whispered. "Lorgar, do not do this." The battleship fired a broadside. These were not warning shots. It was a full broadside salvo of macro cannons and lance emitters at point-blank range. In the silence of space, the Samothrace swelled from within. Its armor, designed for long-range engagement, could not withstand such a concentration of fire at close quarters. The ship simply burst, falling apart into 3 burning sections. 2,000 Astartes on board died in a single second. On the bridge of Macragge's honor, a silence descended more terrible than any scrap code. Guilliman leaned his hands against the armored glass. The glass cracked under his fingers. "Open fire," he said. His voice sounded like the grinding of a gravestone. "Sir, targeting systems are down," someone shouted. "Shoot with your eyes!" The Primarch roared, turning to the crew. His face was a mask of rage that none of his sons had ever seen. "Aim the guns manually. Look out the windows and shoot at anything grey. Kill them all." The war had begun. In space, where distances are measured in light seconds, the concept of close is relative. But the positioning of the ships of the 17th and 13th Legions at the moment the catastrophe began was not merely close by the standards of void warfare. It was intimate. They hung broadside to broadside, like knights on parade whose stirrups touch. They were separated by only hundreds of meters of vacuum, a distance at which macro cannons do not miss and lance emitters do not dissipate energy. On the bridge of the Word-bearer's battleship Totem, an atmosphere of religious ecstasy reigned. There was none of the panic that gripped the Ultramarines' ships. Here, they knew what was happening. The crew, consisting of fanatics who had undergone purges and rites of initiation, worked with frightening mechanical precision. They did not see their former brothers on the screens. They saw sacrificial animals brought to the altar. The air on the bridge was thick with incense, masking the scent of fear, not the crew's fear of the enemy, but fear of the grandeur of the moment. Gunners recited prayers as they aligned targeting reticles on the drifting, scrap code-blinded hulks of the blue ships. The scrap code had done its work. It had skinned the Ultramarines, their shields were down. Now it was time to cut out their hearts. Captain Horus, commander of the Totem, stood at the tactical table. He was not looking at the data. He was looking through the armored glass at the adjacent ship. It was the Ultramarines' heavy cruiser Bulwark of Hera, a majestic, proud ship, veteran of dozens of campaigns. Now it looked pathetic. Its navigation lights blinked in arrhythmia, maneuvering thrusters fired chaotic bursts, causing the hull to slowly rotate on its axis. The Bulwark of Hera was blind, deaf, and dumb. Its gun ports were closed. It was open, like a sleeping man over whom an axe has been raised. "Target locked, my lord," reported the Master of Ordnance. His voice trembled with excitement. "Range 03. Full broadside salvo ready. Torpedo tubes loaded with vortex warheads." Horus placed a hand on the reliquary hanging around his neck. Inside lay the fingerbone of a holy martyr from Colchis. He felt the beating of two hearts in his chest. "They are hailing us," the Vox officer suddenly said. "My lord, they have broken through the interference on a reserve frequency. It is the captain of the Bulwark. He is asking if we require assistance. He thinks the shipyard explosion damaged our navigation systems." Horus smiled. It was the smile of a man who knows the secret of the universe. "Assistance," he repeated. "Yes, help them, brothers. Help them die. Fire." The words fell into the silence like a guillotine. Hundreds of hatches opened on the flanks of the Totem. Macro cannons with calibers large enough to fit a Lehman Russ tank spat their shells. This was not a battle. In battle, a shell needs time to fly to the target. Here there was no time. The shells left the barrels and instantly slammed into the plating of the Bulwark of Hera. There was no evasive maneuver, no flash of void shields absorbing the energy. Shells, weighing thousands of tons each, struck unprotected ceramite and adamantium. They smashed through the outer armor, passed through habitation decks, through ammunition stores, through the bones of the ship. The Bulwark of Hera shuddered. Its hull arched, like a living creature punched in the gut. And then the lance emitters struck. Beams of pure energy burned holes into the reactor section. Why was the betrayal at Calth such a catastrophe for the Loyalists? It is not just about the element of surprise. The entire military doctrine of the Legiones Astartes was built on a single axiom. Astartes do not fight Astartes. Their armor, their ships, their tactics, all were created for war against Xenos or renegade humans. Mark IV armor is designed to take a hit from an Orc shooter or a Necron Gorse beam. Void shields are tuned to deflect Eldar plasma. But Astartes weapons are created to kill everything, including Astartes themselves. A bolter penetrates ceramite, a lance emitter melts adamantium. The Imperium armed its angels with swords that can cut off angel wings. When one legion attacks another, it is like a battle between two master swordsmen who have no armor but have razors. Any hit is fatal. Furthermore, there is a psychological factor known as reverse transhuman shock. Astartes know they are the pinnacle of creation. They subconsciously do not believe anything in the galaxy can destroy them so easily. When the enemy becomes a brother possessing the same strength, the same speed, and the same weapons, the Loyalist's worldview crumbles before his armor does. Ultramarines at Calth died not only from torpedoes. They died from cognitive dissonance. Their minds refused to process the information that grey ships were firing to kill. This delay in reaction, the second of disbelief, cost tens of thousands their lives. Inside the bulwark of Hera, hell arrived instantly. Gravity vanished, replaced by the centrifugal force of rotation and impact G-forces. Fire spread through ventilation shafts faster than fire suppression systems could react, especially since the machine spirit was busy fighting scrap code. On the bridge, the Ultramarines' captain, Hector, lay under the wreckage of the tactical table. His legs were crushed by a fallen beam. He wheezed, spitting blood into his helmet. His visor was smashed, and he saw the world with his own eyes, a world full of smoke, sparks, and the screams of the dying. He was still clutching the Voxcaster. "Repeat, this is an error. Totem, ceasefire, and you are firing on friendlies." The answer came, but not over the Vox. The answer came in the form of Dreadclaw boarding torpedoes slamming into the cruiser's hull with a sickening screech. Horus didn't just want to destroy the ship, he wanted a slaughter. Hector heard a sound more terrible than explosions, the sound of chain axes biting into airlock bulkheads. "Why?" Hector whispered. It was not a question of tactics, it was a question of universal justice. Why had those with whom they shared bread and blood yesterday come to kill them today? In that moment, Hector understood. He remembered Monarchia. He remembered Lorgar's humiliation. "We created monsters," he rasped, trying to pull his bolt pistol from its holster. "We did not save them then, and now they have come to collect the debt." The bridge doors exploded inward. Silhouettes appeared in the smoke, bulky in grey armor inscribed with runes. They did not shoot, they came to kill with their hands. Hector raised his pistol. His hand trembled not from fear, but from pain. "For Ultramar!" he shouted, pulling the trigger. The bolt ricocheted off the pauldron of the first word-bearer. The traitor did not even slow down. He approached the captain, ripped the pistol away along with his fingers, and lifted Hector by the throat. "Not for Ultramar," the word-bearer hissed in a voice full of genuine sympathy. "For the truth." The crunch of cervical vertebrae was drowned out by a new explosion. The ship's magazines detonated. A standard plasma torpedo is terrifying. It melts metal and incinerates flesh. But the word-bearers used something worse at Calth: vortex torpedoes. This is a rare, relic weapon that the Emperor forbade using against planets with human populations. The warhead of such a torpedo contains not explosives, but a generator of a momentary warp rift. When such a torpedo detonates inside a ship, it does not create a blast wave. It creates a hole in reality, a sphere of absolute nothingness that sucks in matter, space, and light. Part of the ship simply vanishes, sent straight into the immaterium. The remaining part collapses to fill the vacuum, leading to monstrous structural damage. Firing such torpedoes at point-blank range as the Totem did is madness. The blast radius could catch the shooter. But the word-bearers did not care. Their fanaticism outweighed the instinct of self-preservation. The boarding pods that followed the salvo carried not only legionaries, they carried the possessed. In the cramped corridors of a spaceship, where there is no room to maneuver or fire at range, a Gal Vorbak possessed is the ultimate weapon. He is faster, stronger, and feels no pain. The Ultramarines, accustomed to disciplined firefights, found themselves trapped in iron boxes with creatures from nightmares. The bulwark of Hera was dying. Its reactor, pierced by a lance beam, entered critical phase. The magnetic traps holding the plasma failed. The flash was blinding. The cruiser turned into a miniature star. The explosion tore it into millions of fragments. But this was not the end, it was the beginning. The shockwave and shrapnel from the death of the bulwark struck the neighbouring ultramarine ships, the destroyer Samothrace and the frigate Nova. Their shields were down, crews were disoriented, fragments shredded their hulls, causing decompression and fires. The 13th Legion's formation began to crumble. Ships collided with each other, dodging debris. The panic sown by the scrap code grew into agony, and the word-bearers' ships, standing in this chaos as immobile grey monoliths, continued methodically, shot by shot, to execute their brothers. Captain Hollis on the bridge of the totem watched the death of the bulwark of Hera. He saw the burning bodies of Astartes flying out into the vacuum. He felt no pity. He felt only deep, grim satisfaction from a job well done. "The first is ready," he said. 3,000 more to go. Shift fire to the flagship. Target, Macragge's honor. In the space above Calth, thousands of new stars ignited. Each one was a funeral pyre. The stratagem of Macragge's honor, until recently a paragon of order and sterile cleanliness, had turned into an antechamber of hell. The air was choked with acrid smoke from burning wiring and vaporized plastic. Emergency sirens wailed at frequencies that induced toothaches, but even their howl was drowned out by the roar of impacts. Every macro shell strike against the void shields, which thankfully had been raised to emergency power in time, sounded like a hammer blow against a bell inside which you were sitting. Primarch Guilliman stood in the center of this chaos. His face was grey with ash. Blood flowed from a cut brow, flooding his eye, but he did not wipe it away. He did not notice it. His mind, capable of processing the data streams of an entire sector, was now working at its limit, trying to solve an equation that had no solution. Around him his sons were dying. Bridge officers, servitors, mortal adjutants, their bodies littered the deck. But Guilliman did not look at the dead. He looked at the main screen, where the image of the Fidelitas Lex was breaking through the scrap code interference. Lorgar's flagship was firing. It was methodically, salvo after salvo, tearing apart the Ultramarines' formation. And Guilliman, the greatest tactician of the Imperium, looked at this and refused to believe. The Primarch stepped over the corpse of a senior communications officer and grabbed a Vox handset, ripping it from its melted socket. The machine spirit of the comms console thrashed in agony, infected by the virus, but the Primarch's will was stronger than code. Guilliman wielded his authority like a weapon, forcing the technology to work out of pure fear of its creator. "Lorgar!" His voice, amplified by the ship's systems, cut through the static. "Lorgar, answer me!" There was no answer, only crackling and distant, mocking laughter woven into the noise of the ether. Guilliman squeezed the handset until the adamantium began to deform. 17th Legion, cease fire, he shouted. "This is an error. Your targeting systems are compromised. You are firing on your brothers. Reboot firing cogitators immediately." He watched as another Ultramarines destroyer turned into a cloud of plasma under fire from word-bearers' cruisers. "Lorgar, this is madness. Stop this, we can help. If you have a mutiny on board, if you have lost control, tell me. We will send boarding parties." He was offering help to those who were killing him. There was no fear in his voice. There was the desperation of a doctor watching a patient in a fit of madness slit his own wrists, trying to convince him to put down the scalpel. Guilliman switched channels. He hailed Phaeron, hailed Erebus, hailed any captain of the 17th whose name was in the database. "This is Primarch Guilliman. I order you to stop. In the name of the Emperor and Terror, cease this senseless fire." But the word-bearers did not listen to the orders of terror. They had a different throne now. Why does Guilliman hesitate? Why can he, a man capable of calculating the outcome of a campaign in seconds, not accept the obvious fact of betrayal? The answer lies in the nature of the Primarchs themselves. They are unique beings. In the entire galaxy there are only 18 known. They are infinitely lonely. No human, no Astartes can understand a Primarch. Only another Primarch. This bond is deeper than blood. It is a resonance of souls created from the same warp matter. For a Primarch, the thought of killing a brother is not a crime. It is a biological impossibility. It is as if your right hand decided to strangle your left. The brain refuses to send such an impulse. Furthermore, Guilliman felt guilt. It was he, on the Emperor's orders, who burned Monarchia. He saw Lorgar's humiliation. He knew Lorgar was wounded, emotional, unstable. Guilliman brought his fleet to Calth not just for war with orcs. He came to reconcile. He wanted to show Lorgar that they were still brothers, that the past was forgotten. He was ready to forgive Lorgar a lot. Hysterics, sabotage, even accidental friendly fire due to poor discipline. In Guilliman's model of the world, Lorgar could be weak, stupid, fanatical. But he could not be the enemy, because the enemy is the Xenos. A brother might be mistaken, but a brother cannot wish for your death. This axiom was the foundation upon which Robute's sanity stood, and now this foundation was being knocked out from under his feet. Marius Gage, staggering, approached his father. His face was a mask of horror. "My lord, they are not responding. They are reloading torpedo tubes. They are locking onto us." Guilliman lowered the Vox handset. His hand trembled. "It is illogical, Marius. It is absurd. Why? What is the strategic gain? They destroy us, but we will destroy them in return. It is mutual assured destruction. It is suicide. Lorgar is not an idiot." "Maybe he has gone mad?" Gage asked. "Maybe the scrap code drove them all mad?" "Madness is chaos," Guilliman cut him off, "and they are firing organizedly. Look at their formation. They are holding the iron wedge. They are distributing targets. This is not a riot. This is a military operation." Guilliman looked at the screen. He saw the Fidelitas Lex slowly turning broadside, opening all its gun ports. In this moment, two forces battled in the Primarch's mind. Theoretical. All facts indicate that the word-bearers have declared a war of extermination on us. Practical. This cannot be because it contradicts the purpose of Astartes' existence. We are the defenders of humanity. We do not kill each other. He sought an excuse. Any excuse. Maybe it is not Lorgar? Maybe they were seized by Xenos controllers? Maybe this is an illusion? He clung to the straw of rationality while the world around him burned in the fire of irrational hatred. "Again," Guilliman ordered. "Connect me with Lorgar. Directional beam. Ignore encryption. I want to see his face. I want to hear from him that this is a mistake." The comms officer, whose fingers bled from working the hot keyboard, nodded. "Channel open, my lord. Weak signal. Audio." Guilliman leaned forward like a predator. "Lorgar!" he barked. "What is happening?" A voice came from the speakers, but it was not the soft, melodious voice of the Golden Primarch. It was a voice like the grinding of a chainsword on bone, a voice with nothing human left in it. "Ultramar must burn," the voice spoke. "Your father lied to you, Robute, but we have brought you the truth, and that truth is death." For Guilliman, the question why is key. He looks for a cause, resources, territory, political power. He thinks in terms of the materium, but the word-bearers think in terms of the immaterium. They are killing Ultramarines not to seize Calth. They do not need Calth. Calth is an altar. They need death. They need suffering. They need a massive act of betrayal that will create a resonance in the warp of such power that it will tear reality and create the ruin storm. The death of every Ultramarine is a ritual sacrifice. The pain of every civilian burning in atomic fire on the surface is a prayer to the dark gods. Guilliman cannot understand this because for him, war is a tool to achieve peace. For Lorgar, war is a form of worship. Guilliman tries to play chess, while Lorgar burns the board and dances on the ashes. This conflict of paradigms, reason versus faith, makes Guilliman vulnerable. He cannot calculate the actions of a fanatic, because in the actions of a fanatic there is no profit, only dogma. The connection cut out. Guilliman stood staring at the hissing speaker. "Your father lied to you." The words echoed in his head. In that moment he understood. There was no mistake. There was no glitch. There was no mind control by Xenos. His brother, Lorgar Aurelian, whom he had spared, whom he had protected from the wrath of other brothers, even Russ, whom he had tried to teach. His brother had come here to kill him. The realization of this fact caused Guilliman physical pain greater than any bolter wound. The heart that loved a brother stopped. The heart of a killer began to beat. On the screen, the Fidelitas Lex fired a salvo. Hundreds of glowing points, torpedoes, plasma, lance beams, rushed toward Macragge's honor. They came as a wall of fire. Guilliman straightened. His face turned to stone. Despair vanished from his eyes, giving way to icy, absolute resolve. "Marius!" The Primarch's voice was quiet, but it sounded like a sentence. "Theoretical. Negotiations are impossible. The enemy desires our total annihilation." Gage nodded, already knowing the answer. "Practical?" Guilliman looked at the approaching death. "Practical. We will kill them all. Battle stations return fire, target Fidelitas Lex, grind it to dust." For the first time in the history of the 13th Legion, an order was given not for victory, but for vengeance. Macragge's honor shuddered as its own guns finally spoke, answering the fratricides with fire for fire. If you had stood on the surface of Calth at this hour, you would not have heard the beginning of the end. Sound is always late. You would have seen it. The planet's atmosphere, usually clear and rarefied, had turned into a canvas for a mad artist. Layers of air, superheated by the friction of thousands of falling objects, glowed with every shade of the combustion spectrum, from dirty brown to blinding white. This was not a meteor shower. Nature creates meteors from rock and ice. They burn up quickly, leaving only a streak. Here, metal was falling. Adamantium, ceramite, plasteel. Materials created to withstand the hell of plasma reactors and the cold of the void were now burning in the atmosphere, refusing to evaporate. They left behind thick black trails of smoke that crossed out the sky like scars on the face of the world. Below, in the city of Numin, people froze. The instinct for self-preservation, honed by millions of years of evolution, screamed, "Run!" But reason refused to obey. The spectacle was too grandiose, too monstrous to react to as a normal danger. When a bomb falls on you, you hide. When the firmament falls on you, you just watch. Shadows from the falling giants slid over the snow-white buildings of the Arcology, turning day into night. These shadows moved fast, covering block after block, and where the shadow passed, hell followed a moment later. Captain Remus Ventanus, pressed against the concrete railing of the platform, looked up through his tactical visor. His auto-senses tried to calculate impact trajectories, but his armor's cogitator was choking on data. Too many targets, too many vectors. Directly above them, tearing through the clouds, a cruiser was falling. It was the broken hulk of the Samothrace, the heavy cruiser that had been gutted in the first seconds of Betrayal. It was not falling like a stone, it was dying in flight. Its engines were still firing, spewing plasma fire, causing the crippled hull to spin. The ship was 4 kilometers long. Imagine Mount Everest, torn up by the roots, cast in steel and thrown from orbit. Ventanus saw the nose of the ship, melted beyond recognition, enter the atmosphere over the eastern district of the city. The sound finally reached them. It was not a roar, it was a shriek. The atmosphere screamed, torn apart by the gigantic mass. The sonic wave hit the city before the ship itself. Glass domes of parks, 10 kilometers from the entry point, shattered. Billions of glass shards rained down on people like a shower of razors. Buildings shook, shedding their cladding. People on the platform fell, clutching their ears, from which blood flowed. And the cruiser kept falling. It blocked out the sun. On its side, through the flames of atmospheric entry, one could still make out the symbol of the Ultramar, the inverted omega, which now looked like a horseshoe on the hoof of an apocalyptic beast. Calth is a world of paradoxes. Its surface is deadly due to the radiation of the Veridia star, but its depths are full of life. The cities of Calth were built not up, but down. These are Arcologies, giant cave complexes extending kilometers into the planet's crust. Numin, Leptius, Ergoline, these are merely the tips of icebergs. Only spaceports, agrarian domes, and the palaces of the nobility, protected by personal shields, are located on the surface. The entire main population lives underground. This architecture was created for protection against radiation. It coped perfectly with gamma rays, but it proved to be a death trap under physical bombardment. Entrances to the Arcologies are huge shafts sealed by blast gates. Ventilation systems are giant lungs inhaling air from the surface through filters. When a ship falls on the surface, it creates a bunker buster effect. The shockwave travels not sideways but downwards into the ground. It shakes the bedrock. Caves where millions of people live begin to collapse. Ceilings crumble, burying the population under billions of tons of rock. Moreover, burning promethium and toxic gases from destroyed engines are heavier than air. They flow into ventilation shafts like water into a drain. Underground cities do not just collapse, they turn into gas chambers. The inhabitants of Calth thought the earth was their shield. The XVIIth Legion turned the earth into their tombstone. Seneschal Pilot, still alive but stunned, crawled along the decking. He had lost his data slate. He had lost his hat. He had lost his world. He looked at the falling cruiser and wept. Ventanus grabbed him by the collar and dragged him toward the service bunker. "Don't look!" the Astartes shouted, though he couldn't tear his own eyes away. "Take cover!" "Angels," Pilot muttered, his lips trembling, smearing bloody foam. "Angels are falling from the sky." "The Emperor has forsaken us." "They are not angels. It is metal and physics. Move!" Ventanus hurled the official into the airlock opening and hit the close button. The heavy blast door began to creep down. The captain stayed outside for another second. He had to assess the situation. Practical. Where will the main mass hit? He saw the stern of the cruiser break off. A huge chunk of engine, the size of a skyscraper, flew in a spiral separate from the main hull. It spun, spraying burning fuel. This fuel fell on the residential blocks of the Numin suburbs. It was not napalm. It was plasma catalyst. Everything the droplets touched did not just ignite, it vanished, turning to ash instantly. Ventanus saw an entire street evaporate in a second. Thousands of lives, thousands of destinies, hopes, plans for tomorrow, erased. He felt small. Astartes are created to be giants among men. But in the face of a falling starship, even an Astartes is an insect. He couldn't shoot it. He couldn't hit it with a chainsword. He could only stand and watch as physics killed his world. For the first time in his life, Remus Ventanus felt not rage, not duty, but pure, icy terror of powerlessness. The impact of such an object on the surface is equivalent to the explosion of a thermonuclear charge with a yield of several gigatons. But there is a difference. A nuclear explosion is mostly heat and radiation. A solid body impact is a seismic wave. When the branch of glory touches the ground, it will punch through the planet's crust. The shockwave will travel through the lithosphere like a ripple through water. Foundations of buildings within a 500-kilometer radius will turn to sand. Concrete will become liquid. But the most terrifying part is the ejector. At the point of impact, millions of tons of soil mixed with the ship's metal will be thrown back into the atmosphere. They will rise into the stratosphere, block out the sun, and then begin to fall back as red-hot hail. This is called global baptism by fire. Air temperature across the entire continent will rise to the flashpoint of paper. Forests will ignite spontaneously. Water in lakes will boil. This is not a bombardment. This is a biosphere reboot, erasing all life to start from a clean slate or from dead rock. The wreckage of the Samothrace met the surface of Calth. It fell on the center of the city of Numin. Ventanus, standing on the spaceport platform 20 kilometers from the epicenter, saw it in slow motion thanks to his reflexes. He saw the nose of the ship touch the administratum spire. The spire did not break. It simply ceased to exist, atomized into a cloud of dust. The ship plunged into the city like a knife into butter. The earth reared up around it in a wall a kilometer high. It was a wall of fire, soil, buildings and people, a tsunami of solid matter. Then came the flash. It was brighter than the sun, Veridia. It burned shadows onto the bunker walls, and then came the shockwave. Ventanus managed to hit the armor lock rune. Magnetic clamps on his feet bit into the plasteel of the platform. The shockwave was visible. It was compressed air, a wall of pressure that swept away everything in its path. It hit the spaceport. Heavy cranes bent like straws. Landing towers were sheared off at the root. Ventanus was torn from the floor. The maglocks held, but ripped chunks of metal from the decking. He was thrown backward, deep into the airlock. He hit the bulkhead with such force that his ceramite pauldron cracked. The world plunged into darkness, roaring and dust. The last thing his auto-senses recorded before shutting down was a message on the tactical display. Warning, atmosphere unbreathable, ambient temperature 800 degrees. Above, in orbit, the word-bearers looked down at the burning world and smiled. The sacrifice had begun. After the heavens of Calth collapsed, silence fell. But it was not the silence of peace, it was the silence of shell shock. The world had gone deaf. The dust from the fall of the Samothrace and millions of tons of orbital debris hung in the air like a dense, suffocating shroud, turning high noon into dirty grey twilight. The Veridia sun became a dim patch, barely breaking through the suspension of ash and pulverized concrete. Then a new sound tore through the silence, a whistle. It resembled the sound of falling bombs, but more rhythmic, heavier. Fiery streaks tore through the ash clouds. These were not debris, these were machines. Legiones Astartes drop pods. They did not fall chaotically like rubbish, but with frightening mathematical precision. Their retro-thrusters roared, burning away the remnants of oxygen in the already poisoned atmosphere. These pods were not painted in noble ultramarine blue. They were grey, the colour of raw stone, covered in dark red script. Their armour was plastered with parchments affixed with wax, which burned upon atmospheric entry, but miraculously did not burn to ash. They resembled the spores of a poisonous plant seeding a dead field. One of the pods, of the Deathstorm class, slammed into the cobblestones of the central plaza of the Numin suburbs, just a kilometre from where the cruiser had crashed. The impact was so powerful that it cracked the foundation of a surviving administrative building. Stone chips sprayed in all directions like shrapnel. The pod froze. Steam hissed from its vents. In a normal war waged by the Imperium, the hatches would have opened instantly, and bolters would have begun suppressing resistance. But here the hatches remained closed for a full minute. Silence. Only the crackle of cooling metal. What was inside was in no hurry. It knew that resistance was already broken. It had not come to conquer. It had come to reap. With a dull clang, like the slam of a tombstone, the petals of the pod opened. From the darkness of the drop bay, it was not a warrior that emerged. A figure stepped out in black power armor adorned with bones and scrolls. His helmet was fashioned in the shape of a bare skull. In one hand, he held a Crozius Arcanum, a symbol of faith, refashioned into a mace topped with an 8-pointed star. In the other, a heavy tome bound in human skin. A chaplain of the XVII Legion. Others followed him, legionaries in grey armor. They did not take cover. They did not scan sectors. They formed a semicircle around the chaplain. In their hands were flamers, heavy industrial flamers, fueled not with standard promethium, but with a mixture laced with chemicals that made the fire burn with an unnatural greenish-crimson hue. The chaplain took a step forward. His sabatons crunched on glass and bones. He inhaled the poisoned air through his helmet's vox grill and seemed to savor it. "The earth is ready," he pronounced. His voice, amplified by speakers, sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates. "It is drunk with the blood of the faithless. Let the consecration begin." He waved his hand. The legionaries pulled the triggers of their flamers. Jets of liquid fire struck not at enemies, They struck at the ruins, at the corpses of civilians lying under the rubble, at the husks of burnt-out vehicles. They burned everything. They turned ruins into glass. The chaplain opened the book. He began to read. But these were not orders. They were guttural, rhythmic sounds of a language that the human throat should not reproduce. Words that made the surviving glass in the windows vibrate and shatter. A Colchizian ritual of summoning. In loyal legions, the chaplain is a spiritual leader. His task is to maintain morale, enforce discipline, and remind brothers of their duty to the Emperor. He is, in essence, a commissar and psychologist in power armor. In the Word-Bearers, the chaplain is something entirely different. After Lorgar's pilgrimage into the Eye of Terror, the chaplains were the first to embrace the primordial truth. They ceased to be mere inspirers. They became mediums. Their task on the battlefield is not tactical victory. Their task is to weaken the veil between reality and the warp. The Crozius Arcanum in their hands is not just a bludgeon. It is a conductor's baton, directing flows of etheric energy. The texts they read are formulas of entropy. They use mass murder and suffering as fuel. Every death occurring to the accompaniment of their prayers does not simply vanish into the void. It feeds the neverborn. It is the chaplains, in the future known as Dark Apostles, who control the demons. The Astartes is the vessel. The chaplain is the one who opens the lid of the vessel. They are the architects of possession. At Calth, they landed not to capture cities, but to turn the planet itself into a giant summoning altar. In the ruins of a department store opposite the square, a survivor was hiding. An ultramarine sergeant, Aeon. His squad had perished when the orbital dock debris fell. He was concussed, his armor was cracked, his left pauldron was missing, exposing a bloody undersuit, but he was an Astartes. He knew no fear. He knew only the practical. He saw the grey armor. He recognized the heraldry. Word-bearers, brothers. Theoretical. They are conducting a sweep for surviving enemies. Practical. They are burning civilians. Aeon could not understand. A glitch occurred in his logic matrix. Why burn the dead? Why read books in the middle of a combat zone? He stood up, leaning on his bolter. "Brother!" he shouted, stepping out from cover. "Brother Chaplain, survivors from the 13th here." The chaplain fell silent. Slowly, with the grace of a predator, he turned his head toward Aeon. The flamer troops ceased fire but did not lower their weapons. "Survivor," the chaplain uttered. There was no joy of recognition in his voice, only cold curiosity, like a vivisectionist before a frog. "What are you doing?" Aeon stepped forward, lowering his bolter in a sign of peaceful intent. "We are under attack. Scrap code. Orbital strike. We need to regroup. Where is your command?" The chaplain closed the book. "Command?" he repeated. "Our command watches us from the Empyrean." Aeon froze. He saw that on the chaplain's pauldron, over the Imperial aquila, an 8-pointed star had been crudely carved. "You—" Aeon raised his bolter. Instinct worked faster than reason. "Traitor." "Not traitor," the chaplain corrected softly. "Enlightener. Do you see the ash, Ultramarine? It is not just dirt. It is the future of your Imperium. We have come to free you from the lies of your corpse on the throne." Aeon pulled the trigger. The bolt shell, reactive and lethal, sped toward the chaplain's chest. But it did not reach him. A ripple appeared in the air before the chaplain. The shell detonated against an invisible barrier, showering sparks. "Your weapons are useless against faith," the chaplain said. "Burn him." The flamer troops turned. Jets of promethium fire struck Aeon. He did not scream. Ultramarines die in silence. He simply stood and fired through the flames until his flesh charred and the ammunition in his magazine exploded from the heat. Why do the word-bearers act so irrationally? Why do they waste time and resources burning ruins? The answer lies in the plane of warp mechanics. The warp reacts to emotion and symbolism. A place where mass death has occurred thins the veil. But this is not enough for a stable breach. A pattern is needed. Geometry is needed. The word-bearers landing on Calth was planned so that their landing zones formed a giant 8-pointed star on the planet's map. Each landing point is a node. At these nodes, they conduct rituals of desecration. Fire is purification in reverse. They burn out reality's memory of the Imperial truth. They destroy symbols of order, statues, administrative buildings, even Loyalist corpses, which are symbols of resistance. By replacing them with their own symbols, books, chants, runes of blood, they rewrite local reality. They tell the universe, this place no longer belongs to Macragge, this place belongs to the Octid. When all 8 points are activated, Calth will cease to be a planet in the material world. It will become a beachhead of hell. The charred corpse of Sergeant Aeon fell onto the cobblestones. The chaplain approached him. He did not kick the body. He sank onto one knee and dipped a finger into a puddle of molten ceramite and fat that had leaked from the Ultramarine's armor. Then he began to draw on the ground. A circle. Inside the circle, a star. In the center of the star, an eye. The sacrifice is accepted, he whispered. The air on the square changed. The dust hanging in the air stopped falling. It froze and then began to slowly rotate, forming small whirlwinds. The temperature dropped sharply. The flames of the flamers, previously bright yellow, turned blue, and then black. Shadows from the ruins, from the pod, from the legionaries themselves began to elongate. But the sun did not move. The shadows lived their own lives. They stretched toward the inscribed symbol like tentacles. From the depths of the smoke where Aeon had just burned, a sound emerged. It was not a human sound. It was the sound of tearing wet meat and a child's weeping turning into laughter. The chaplain stood and spread his arms, welcoming the void. "Come," he shouted. "The veil is thin. We have opened the door." A shadow peeled itself from the wall of a building. It gained volume. It grew claws. The first Neverborn stepped onto the surface of Calth. The invasion began not with an army. It began with a nightmare. Ultramarines, Sergeant Domitian walked through the dust storm that had swallowed the ruins of residential district Zeta 9. Visibility was zero. Even the auto-senses of his Mark IV helm, tuned to thermal and echolocation scans, returned only static noise. The air around them was dense as soup. It was a mixture of pulverized concrete, ash, and radioactive isotopes thrown into the atmosphere after the impact. Domitian heard the breathing of his squad brothers over the Vox channel. Heavy, rhythmic breathing. 9 warriors, 9 bolters pressed to shoulders. They were calm. Ultramarines do not panic. Even when the sky falls to the earth, even when contact with command is severed, they follow protocols. Theoretical. The enemy is using jamming generators. Domitian spoke, his voice dry and businesslike. Practical. We are in a free fire zone. Any target lacking a 13th Legion IFF tag is considered hostile. "Sergeant," came the voice of Brother Cassius walking in the rear guard. "I'm detecting movement. Sector 4, range 30 meters. Visual contact? Negative. Thermal signature is strange. It is fluctuating. Target temperature is jumping from 0 to 3,000 degrees. Domitian stopped. The entire squad froze as a single mechanism. 10 barrels traversed in the indicated direction. In the grey gloom, amidst twisted rebar beams and rockcrete debris, something was moving. It was a sound, not footsteps. It was a wet sound, as if someone were dragging chunks of raw meat across the ground, interspersed with the clicking of claws on stone. Main action, unrecognizable silhouette. The figure emerged from the dust. At first, Domitian thought it was a dreadnought. The silhouette was massive, much taller and broader than a standard Astartes, but it did not move with the mechanical rigidity of a machine. It moved with fluid, predatory grace. The creature's armor was no longer the grey of granite. It was deep crimson, the color of wet arterial blood. It was the color of betrayal. The crimson ceramite plates were not fitted to one another. They seemed to have grown together, fused into a single biomechanical crust. Where servo joints should have been, red flesh pulsed. The creature's helmet was missing. In its place was a head that might once have been human, but was now a nightmarish mask. The jaw was distended, studded with rows of needle-like teeth. Horned growths branched from its forehead, forming a crown. "Identify yourself," Domitian barked, switching his bolter to autofire. "In the name of Primarch Guilliman." The creature stopped. It tilted its head to the side as if studying prey. Its eyes burned with yellow fire. There was no berserker madness in them. There was intelligence, ancient, malicious intelligence. "Guilliman," the creature growled. The voice sounded as if two were speaking simultaneously, a man and a beast. "Your father is blind, as are you." Domitian did not wait. "Contact, fire!" 10 bolters spoke at once. The roar of gunfire tore through the silence of the ruins. Mass reactive shells, capable of tearing a man to shreds and piercing light armor, struck the target. Domitian saw the impacts. Flashes of explosions on the monster's chest and shoulders. Ceramite cracked, flesh tore, spraying black blood. Any other opponent would have fallen. Any Astartes would have been knocked back by the kinetic energy of the hits, but the creature did not even stagger. Wounds healed before their eyes. Flesh bubbled like boiling pitch, filling the holes. Shell fragments were pushed out by regenerating tissue. The creature smiled, and then it vanished. It moved faster than autosenses could track. A blur, and it was already in the center of the Ultramarines' formation. In the 41st millennium, the possessed are mad beasts. They are space marines who voluntarily or forcibly let a demon into their body, and the demon devoured their mind, turning the body into a puppet. They are strong, but chaotic. Animals. The Vorbak are something else. They are the elite. Their name translates from Colchissian as the Blessed Sons. They are the result of a unique experiment conducted in the Eye of Terror. In the case of the Vorbak, the demon and the Astartes make a deal. Symbiosis. The human soul is not destroyed. It merges with the essence of the Neverborn. They become a single whole. This gives them advantages unavailable to standard possessed. The Vorbak retain the tactical thinking of an Astartes, their martial discipline and weapons skills. But to this is added the power of the warp. Their armor is no longer clothing. At the moment of transformation, ceramite fuses with bone and muscle. The power pack's generator integrates into the nervous system. They do not wear armor. They are the armor. Their strength violates the laws of physics. Where does the mass come from when they grow half a meter in a second? From the warp. Etheric matter condenses, becoming flesh. Therefore, conventional weapons are ineffective against them. You are shooting at matter, but fighting an idea. Brother Cassius died first. The monster did not strike him. It simply passed through him. A clawed hand, surrounded by a halo of darkness, entered Cassius's chest plate as if the ceramite were wet paper. The creature ripped out both of the Ultramarines' hearts in one motion. Cassius fell without even crying out. The formation crumbled. The practical was not working. The Codex did not describe how to fight an enemy that ignores bolter fire and moves faster than visual contact. "Break spacing!" Domitian shouted. "Switch to crack grenades! Aim for the joints!" He retreated, firing single shots, trying to hit the creature in the head. A shell hit the monster in the eye. The head jerked, the eye burst, splashing yellow ichor. But the monster only laughed. "Do you think I need eyes to see your fear, cousin?" It hissed. In the place of the ruined eye, a new slit opened, burning with crimson fire. Fear. Domitian, a veteran of 100 wars, felt something he hadn't felt since his ascension to the Scouts. Cold, sticky terror in his gut. It was not the fear of death. Astartes are ready to die. It was fear of the wrongness of what was happening, of the violation of the natural order of things. The predator standing before him was higher on the food chain. The Ultramarines, the pinnacle of the Emperor's genetic engineering, suddenly found themselves in the role of prey. Their genetic code, their training, their faith in logic, all were useless against a creature that spat on logic. The monster grabbed Brother Titus with one hand. It lifted the Terminator. Titus was a heavy weapons specialist, into the air. Titus struck the monster with a chain fist. The saw teeth shrieked, biting into demonic flesh, striking sparks from mutated ceramite. The monster didn't even wince. It squeezed its hand. There was a sound like a press crushing a car. The Terminator armor, capable of withstanding a missile hit, crumpled. Titus's bones crunched. Blood sprayed from every joint of the armor. The monster tossed the mangled body aside like a broken toy. There is a concept called transhuman dread. This is the reaction of a normal mortal to an Astartes. When a human sees a creature 2.5 meters tall, moving with the grace of a leopard, his brain goes into shock. It is an instinctive reaction to a predator. But what does an Astartes himself feel when he encounters something that surpasses him? Space Marines undergo psycho-conditioning. Fear is surgically and chemically removed from them. They can look at hordes of orcs or tyrannid bio-titans without emotion, simply assessing the threat. But the Gal Vorbak trigger a different effect. It is called the uncanny valley effect, amplified by a psychic background. An ultramarine looks at a Gal Vorbak and sees a distorted mirror. He sees fragments of Mark IV armor. He sees the outline of a brother Astartes, but it is twisted, perverted, filled with malice. This strikes at the subconscious. This could have been me. Furthermore, the Gal Vorbak's aura broadcasts pure warp terror. It is not just an emotion, it is a psychic attack. It punches through Astartes' psycho-blocks, forcing them to experience what they had long forgotten, a sense of their own vulnerability. Nothing remained of Domitian's squad. 7 corpses lay in the dust, torn apart. The sergeant was alone. His bolter was empty. He cast aside the useless weapon and drew his gladius, a short power sword, the symbol of Ultramar's honor. The blade hummed, sheathed in a matter disruption field. The monster stepped toward him. It shrank, spikes retracted, musculature deflated slightly. Now it was almost the same height as the sergeant. It wanted to play. "In the name of the Emperor," Domitian whispered. It was not a battle cry, it was a prayer. He struck, a perfect lunge aimed at the throat. The monster caught the blade with a bare hand. The power field hissed, burning the flesh of the palm, but the creature's fingers tightened. The sword's energy field flickered and died. The blade, forged by the best smiths of Macragge, snapped with a ringing crunch. Domitian looked at the broken sword in his hand. Then he looked into the monster's eyes. "Who are you?" he asked. The monster leaned in close to the sergeant's face. The creature's breath smelled of sulfur and rotting meat. "We are the future," the Gal Vorbak whispered. "We are evolution, and you are fossils." The creature's claws plunged into Domitian's stomach, punching through armor and tearing out innards. The sergeant fell to his knees. The monster did not finish him off. It stepped over the dying ultramarine and walked on, deeper into the ruins, where the sounds of battle could be heard. Domitian, losing consciousness, tried to activate his beacon. "Command!" He wheezed into the dead Vox. "Not traitors, demons, theoretical. We cannot win." Magnesia. Before the catastrophe, it was a vast transportation hub, the heart of the logistical network of Calth's southern hemisphere. Thousands of magnetic rail lines converged here, delivering ore and grain to the spaceports. It was a kingdom of steel, concrete, and automation. Now it was a kingdom of mud. The shockwave from the falling orbital debris had turned the elegant overpasses into piles of rubble. Dust mixed with the rain, which had begun due to steam condensation in the atmosphere, and radioactive ash, creating a viscous, greasy substance. Black mud. It was everywhere. It clogged air intakes, it plastered vision slits, it squelched beneath the treads of multi-ton machines. Ultramarines Tank Sergeant Antar, commander of an executioner pattern predator named Wrath of Conor, looked through his periscope. His world had narrowed to the greenish, grainy screen of the targeting cogitator. Around him, the chaos of mechanized warfare reigned. Hundreds of 13th Legion tanks, hastily deployed from storage hangars, were attempting to hold a defensive line along the ruined railway tracks. Against them came an avalanche. The 17th Legion had landed their heavy armored companies. The grey hulls of land raiders, Sicarans and whirlwinds emerged from the smoke like ghosts. There were no tactical maneuvers here. The space was too confined. Ruins limited visibility. It was a duel at pistol shot range, only instead of pistols, there were Lascannons and plasma destroyers. "Target at 12 o'clock, shouted the gunner over the Vox. "Traitor Land Raider, range 200 meters. Antar saw it, a massive angular silhouette crawling over the debris of a collapsed bridge. Its grey armour was covered in fresh, hastily painted runes. Banners made of human skin flapped from its assault ramp. "Plasma, fire!" Antar commanded. The turret of the Wrath of Conor jerked. The plasma destroyer, a temperamental but deadly weapon, spat a glob of miniature sun. The projectile flew through the veil of rain, vaporizing water droplets in its path, and slammed into the frontal armor of the enemy tank. Flash. Ceramite flowed like wax. The armor of the Land Raider, designed to withstand missiles, could not withstand the temperature of a star's core. The jet of superheated matter burned a hole, burst into the troop compartment, and turned the crew and passengers to ash in a fraction of a second. The traitor tank froze, and then its ammunition detonated, blowing the turret off and throwing it tens of meters. "Hit confirmed!" the gunner shouted, but there was no joy. To their left, an Ultramarine's Vindicator exploded. It was torn apart by a shell from a Medusa siege gun that the traitors had deployed directly on the tracks. The ether was one continuous scream. Scrap code still tormented the Vox channels, but officers' commands, pleas for help, and most terrifyingly, singing broke through. The crews of the word-bearers sang the psalms of Lorgar as they killed. Antar felt his tank shudder. A shell exploded nearby. "Driver, evasive maneuver behind the embankment." The tracks of the Predator bit into the mud, throwing up clods of earth. The 60-ton machine roared with its engine, trying to get out from under the barrage. Dozens of hulks burned around them. The tank graveyard grew by the minute, but this was only the prelude. The earth trembled. It was not the vibration from explosions. It was a rhythmic, heavy tremor that made teeth chatter. From the smoke and ash, towering over the ruins like gods of war from ancient myths, the Titans emerged. Titans are not just big tanks. They are walking cathedrals, avatars of the Omnissiah, the machine god. The smallest of them, the Warhound class, are the height of a multi-story building. The largest, the Imperator class, carry entire fortresses on their backs and are capable of erasing cities with a single salvo. At Calth, two great Titan legions clashed. Legio Praesagius, the true messengers, Loyalists. Their colors are blue and gold. They are famous for their honor and marksmanship. Legio Sutavora, the Firemasters, traitors. Their colors are black and yellow, the colors of a wasp. They are known for their cruelty and use of forbidden weaponry. A Titan's main defense is void shields. This is not a force field in the usual science fiction sense. Shield generators create layers of displaced reality around the Titan. They project a zone where the laws of physics are altered. When a shell or laser beam hits the shield, its energy is not absorbed. It is teleported. It is dumped straight into the warp. In a vacuum, this looks like a violet flash. But in an atmosphere full of dust and moisture, the operation of shields creates a unique phenomenon. The air around the Titan ionizes. It smells of ozone and burnt copper. Raindrops hitting the shield explode into steam with a characteristic crackle, like the sound of frying meat. The Titan walks inside its own microclimatic bubble. Outside is hell. Inside the fields is the ringing silence of static electricity. Antar saw them first. "Omnisire, protect us," he whispered, forgetting protocol. The Titans of Legio Sutavora emerged from the gloom. There were 3 of them, 1 Colossus of the Warlord class and 2 Reavers on the flanks. The black armor of the Warlord was adorned with the flayed corpses of Loyalist tankers stretched on banners. Its head, resembling the helm of a medieval knight, slowly turned, scanning the battlefield. Its war horn bellowed. This sound was a weapon. It was so loud that blood vessels burst in the eyes of men inside tanks. It was a challenge, a declaration of dominance, but it was answered. From the other side of the railway tracks, from behind burning grain elevators, came a responding roar. A pure, trumpet-like voice, like the sound of a Jericho trumpet. Honor of Hera, a warlord of Legio Presagius, entered the fray. Its blue armor shone even through the mud. Antar felt a surge of hope. "Presagius is with us," he shouted into the Vox. "All units regroup behind the Titan. Use its shields as cover." Ultramarines' tanks, tiny bugs compared to these giants, began to flock to the feet of Honor of Hera. They scurried between its giant feet, trying not to get crushed by a step weighing thousands of tons. The duel of gods began. The Sutavora warlord raised an arm ending in a Vulcan megabolter. The barrels began to spin. Honor of Hera responded by activating its plasma annihilator. When Titans fight each other, everything under their feet ceases to exist as a combat unit. Tanks, infantry, buildings. These are mere decorations that will be destroyed as a collateral effect. The Vulcan megabolter is a Gatling gun, where every shell has a caliber comparable to a tank's main gun. Rate of fire, hundreds of rounds per minute. It is a stream of death that grinds everything to dust. A single shell hit tears a predator in half. The plasma annihilator is, essentially, a controlled solar flare. When fired, the temperature around the barrel rises to thousands of degrees. The air ignites for hundreds of meters around. Tanks driving alongside a Titan at the moment of firing can simply melt from the thermal radiation of their own protector. A Titan duel is an exchange of blows capable of destroying cities. Void shields collapse with the crash of thunder. Laser blasters vaporize ceramite. Apocalypse-class missiles leave craters tens of meters deep. For the tanker Antar down below, it looks like mountains fighting during an earthquake. He cannot influence the outcome. He can only pray not to be stepped on or hit by a piece of armor the size of a house. Honor of Hera stepped forward. The earth jumped. Antar in his tank hit his helmet against the periscope. "Hold formation!" he shouted, though he realized the futility of the order. The Loyalist Titan fired a salvo. A glob of plasma struck the chest of the enemy warlord. The traitor's void shields flashed with black light and collapsed. Too much energy. Generators burned out. The projectile punched through armor, entering deep into the god engine's chest cavity. The Sutavora warlord staggered. From its wound flowed not blood, but burning promethium and oil. But it did not fall. In response, it unloaded its missile launchers. Hundreds of missiles blanketed the zone where Honor of Hera and the supporting tanks stood. For Antar, the world turned into white light. The shockwave flipped his 60-ton tank like a matchbox. The Wrath of Conor rolled down the embankment slope, tracks clattering. When the spinning stopped, Antar hung upside down in his harness. Inside the tank, it smelled of burning and roasted meat. The crew was dead. He looked through the cracked periscope. He saw the traitor Titan, despite its wound, take a step forward. Its megabolter spun up, targeting the fallen, shieldless Honor of Hera. And he also saw what was happening to the ground. The mud of magnesia began to glow. Scrap code had penetrated the reactor control systems of the Titans themselves. Honor of Hera was not just damaged. Its reactor was going critical. The Princeps siren wailed across the valley, drowning out the roar of battle. "Critical mass! All units withdraw! Reactor unstable!" Antar tried to unbuckle his harness, but his hands would not obey. He watched as the back of the blue Titan began to glow with blinding white light. Containment fields fell. A miniature sun, trapped in the heart of the machine, broke free. The reactor explosion of a Warlord-class Titan would wipe Magnesia off the face of the Earth permanently. Antar closed his eyes. The city of Ithaka, located in the northern hemisphere of Calth, was not destroyed by the orbital strike. A different fate was prepared for it, far more terrible than instant evaporation in atomic fire. Ithaka was an industrial hive, a vast excavation of civilization where residential blocks descended in terraces deep into the planet's crust. In the center of the city lay a gigantic ore mining quarry, the Eye of Ithaka, 2 kilometers deep, 5 wide. Now, this quarry had become a chalice for the wine the Chaos gods thirsted to drink. The air here was thick and humid, but not from rain. It was saturated with sweat, urine, and the pheromones of the animal terror of 2 million people. They had been herded here, the population of an entire megalopolis. Men, women, the elderly, children. It was the great migration of the doomed. A river of human bodies flowed down the spiral roads of the quarry to the bottom. They were not escorted by Astartes. Legionaries were too valuable a resource for such work. They were driven by cultists. The Brotherhood of the Knife, word-bearers auxilia, ragged, scarred men in gas masks and carrying laser guns, who beat those who fell with rifle butts and shot those who tried to run. But there was nowhere to run. Above, along the perimeter of the quarry, stood grey giants, word-bearers. They stood motionless as gargoyle statues, legs braced and arms crossed over their chests. They did not intervene. They watched. They were the shepherds who had brought the flock to the slaughterhouse and now awaited the butcher. At the bottom of the quarry, where massive mining excavators once worked, a clearing had been made. Machinery had been pushed to the walls, forming iron barricades. In the center of the clearing rose a ziggurat, hastily constructed from concrete slabs and the skulls of the city's defenders. Atop the ziggurat stood Dark Apostle Hol-Beloth. Around him, forming complex geometric figures, concentric circles, octograms, intersecting lines, stood hundreds of other legionaries. They held flamers and chainswords, but the weapons' motors were silent. The crowd below did not scream, it whimpered. It was a singular low-frequency hum, like the vibration of a faulty generator. People were pressed against each other so tightly that many died of suffocation before the ritual even began. Hol-Beloth raised his Crozius. The heavy mace head, wreathed in a dark power field, absorbed the meager light of emergency floodlights. He did not use vox amplifiers. He did not need mortals to hear him. He needed the abyss to hear him. He began to sing. It was a low, guttural sound, a vibration born in the gut and exiting through clenched teeth. The Colchizian psalm of the opening of the gates. In response, the legionaries began to sing. 3,000 post-human voices merged into a choir. People in the crowd began to fall to their knees, clutching their ears. Many suffered nosebleeds. The sound was psychoactive. It dismantled the barriers of the mind, preparing souls to be torn from their bodies. Imperial science asserts that the warp is a parallel dimension full of energy. This is true, but not the whole truth. The warp is a mirror. It reflects emotions. In ordinary combat, the death of a soldier is a flash. Fear, pain, rage. These emotions go into the ether, creating ripples. But on a galactic scale, this is a drop in the ocean. Ritual changes everything. The difference between murder and sacrifice lies in intent. When a word-bearer kills a man with a prayer on his lips, he does not merely end a biological life. He tags the soul. He directs the released energy not into the void, but to a specific point. Imagine the warp as a vast dam holding back an ocean. Reality is the dry valley behind the dam. The veil is the dam wall. Every ritual death is a hammer blow against the wall. One blow will do nothing. But if you strike 1,000,000 times at the same spot, at the same time, with the same purpose, the wall will crack. What is happening in Ithaka is the creation of a cumulative effect. 2 million souls torn from their bodies at the moment of supreme terror will create a psychic surge of such power that it will burn a hole in the materium. Through this hole, not just a demon will enter our world, the essence of the warp itself will enter. Among the crowd stood a woman named Terra. She clutched her daughter to herself, covering the girl's eyes with her hand. Terra was an engineer, a rational person. All her life she believed in the Imperial truth, that there are no gods, and demons are Xenos from another dimension. Now, looking at the ziggurat, she understood that her entire life had been a lie. She saw the air around the apostle shimmering as if above hot asphalt. She saw the shadows of the legionaries living their own lives, stretching toward the crowd with greedy fingers. Beside her, on a platform of crates, stood a word-bearer's legionary. He had removed his helmet. His face was grey, covered in scars arranged into text. He looked at Terra. There was no hatred in his eyes. There was pity? No, rather solemnity. "Why?" Terra whispered, looking at the giant. She knew he would hear. Astartes hear everything. The legionary leaned down. His breath smelled of old blood and incense. "Because the universe is cold," he answered. His voice was like rolling stones. "The Emperor wanted to keep you in ignorance. He wanted you to live in a cold, empty room, thinking there is nothing beyond the walls." "We don't want to know," Terra wept. "We just want to live." "Life is currency," the legionary straightened. "And today, you will buy a future for all humanity. You will become the foundation of a new temple. Be proud. Your death will not be in vain. It will be sacred." He raised his bolter. It was the signal. Atop the ziggurat, Hol-Beloth finished the psalm. The last word was not a sound, but a strike of psychic force. "Blood for the primordial truth!" the apostle roared. The legionary beside Terra pulled the trigger. The woman's head disappeared in a pink mist. Her body, still embracing the child, slowly settled to the ground, and hell began. Why did Lorgar try so hard? Why were these theatrical horrors necessary if he could have simply bombed the planet from orbit? The goal of the Shadow Crusade was not the conquest of territories. The goal was the creation of the Ruin Storm. Warp storms are natural or unnatural disturbances in the Empyrean that make navigation impossible. Ships cannot enter the warp. Astropathic messages are lost. Lorgar wanted to create not just a storm, he wanted to create a wall. The ritual at Calth, synchronized with the slaughter at Nuceria and Armatura, was intended to tear the fabric of reality on the scale of an entire sector. The Ruin Storm was to cut off Ultramar from Terra, to divide the Imperium in half. It was a brilliant trap. Guilliman and his 13th Legion, the largest Loyalist military force, would be trapped in a cage of warp storms. They would not be able to come to the Emperor's aid during the siege of Terra. Every slit throat in Ithaka is a brick in the wall that will separate Guilliman from saving his father. The massacre was not chaotic, it was mechanical. Legionaries waded through the crowd, working with chainswords and combat knives. They did not shoot. Ammunition must be conserved and blood must flow. People scrambled in panic, crushing one another. The bottom of the quarry turned into a swamp of flesh and red sludge. The blood did not soak into the stony soil of Calth. The soil was oversaturated. The liquid level began to rise, first ankle-deep, then knee-deep. The massive bowl of the quarry was filling up. Hol-Beloth on the summit of the ziggurat spread his arms. He saw what others did not see. The blood began to glow. In it, like a dark mirror, stars were reflected that were not in the sky. Violet, green, black stars. Figures began to rise from the red sludge. These were not the bodies of the slain. These were entities that donned the blood like clothing, horned silhouettes, mawed jaws. Demons of Khorne attracted by the scent of violence. Demons of Tzeentch attracted by the complexity of the ritual. The veil of reality had thinned so much it could be pierced with a finger. In the center of the lake of blood, where the depth was greatest, the surface bulged. A gigantic hand composed of clotted blood and bones burst forth, grasping the edge of the ziggurat. Holbeloth smiled, looking into the face of a birthing god. The sky over Calth cracked completely. Into the hole in the atmosphere poured not air, but pure warp. The storm had begun. The explosion on the bridge of Macragge's Honour was not a sound. For those at the epicenter, it was an instantaneous transition from being to non-being. Massive transparasteel viewports, designed to withstand meteorite impacts, shattered into dust under direct hits from the Fidelitas Lex's torpedoes. The atmosphere supporting life on the command deck was sucked into the vacuum in a fraction of a second. Flung into the cold abyss along with it were dozens of officers, servitors, data slates, and shards of marble tables. Primarch Guilliman was not flung. His magnetic boots bit into the deck plating. When the floor dropped out from under his feet, torn away by the blast, the Primarch grabbed a twisted support beam. Now he hung over the abyss. Absolute silence reigned around him. Vacuum is the perfect insulator. There were no sirens wailing, no screams of the dying, no roar of guns. Only the vibration of metal transmitted through his gauntlets and the dull thud of his own hearts. Guilliman was unhelmed. His face, noble and stern, was exposed to space. In the second that the air vanished, physics tried to kill him. Pressure dropped to zero. Fluids on the surface of his eyes and in his mouth began to boil instantly. The cold of absolute zero, minus 270 degrees Celsius, bit into his skin with 1,000 icy needles. The radiation of the Veridia star and the flashes of explosions began to bombard his cells with lethal doses of ionizing radiation. Any mortal would have died instantly. Any Astartes would have lost consciousness in seconds and died in a minute. But Guilliman was neither. He was a Primarch. He simply closed his mouth, he narrowed his eyes, and he continued to fight. Guilliman pulled himself up on the beam and launched his body onto a surviving section of the outer hull that had once been the roof of the bridge. He stood to his full height. Above him, ships spun in a silent dance of death. He saw the flashes of lance emitters slicing soundlessly through the darkness. He saw debris flying past him like silver fish, but he was not alone. Wordbearers' boarding parties had landed on the flagship's hull. They used teleportation beacons locked onto the breach in the hull. 5 Terminators in cataphracti pattern armor, the elite of the 17th Legion, the Anunnaki, the Sanctified. Their armor was encrusted with dried blood and Colchizian runes that glowed in the darkness with a sickly red light. They expected to find corpses. They expected to mop up the remnants of resistance. Instead, they saw him. Guilliman stood amidst the wreckage, surrounded by a halo of venting gases from his suit. Frost covered his hair and eyebrows, making him look like an ancient statue forgotten in the cold. His skin had taken on a bluish hue, but the muscles beneath rippled with living, impossible strength. The Terminators hesitated. Their augurs told them the target was biologically dead. No one survives in a vacuum without a helmet. It is impossible. But the corpse moved. Guilliman did not wait. He kicked off the hull. In the absence of gravity, artificial gravity in this section had been destroyed, his leap was flight. He moved faster than the human eye could follow, a blur of cobalt vengeance. He slammed into the first Terminator with the force of a thunderbolt, a punch. Guilliman was armed with the power fist, Hand of Dominion. But even without activating the disruption field, the mass of his blow was monstrous. He struck the Terminator in the helmet. Ceramite, adamantium, plasteel, layers of armor capable of withstanding an anti-tank missile simply crumpled inward. The traitor's head inside the helmet turned into a compressed mass of bone and brain. The Terminator flew backwards, spinning, and vanished into the void. How is this possible? How can a living being of flesh and blood fight in open space without protection? The answer is simple and terrifying. Primarchs are not entirely human, and not even entirely matter. The Emperor created them using not only genetic alchemy but also warp matter. Their bodies are vessels for immense psychic power. On a biological level, Guilliman possesses organs that even Astartes can only dream of. His blood is a super-oxygenated solution capable of nourishing the brain with oxygen for an hour without a single breath. His skin secretes an instantly hardening substance that creates a hermetic film protecting against vacuum and radiation. His cells do not rupture from pressure drops because they are bound by molecular bonds stronger than steel. His eyes are protected by a third eyelid, transparent and hard as diamond. But the main thing is will. A Primarch can command his body not to die. He can consciously slow his metabolism, shut off pain receptors, and redirect energy to muscles. For Guilliman, the vacuum is not a lethal environment. It is merely a tactical inconvenience, like rain or fog. Theoretical, I am surrounded. I have no support. My ship is dying. Practical, I will kill them all. The second Terminator opened fire with a combi bolter. Guilliman saw the muzzle flashes, soundless blossoms of fire. He did not dodge. Bolts struck his breastplate, gouging craters in the blue ceramite but not penetrating. The Primarch merely winced slightly from the impacts. He caught the bolter by the barrel when the Terminator tried to strike him in melee. Guilliman yanked. The weapon was torn from the traitor's hands along with the hands. The servos of the cataphractii armor snapped, unable to compete with the strength of a demigod. Guilliman used the captured bolter as a club. A downward strike, shattered pauldron, broken clavicle. The traitor fell to his knees. Guilliman kicked him in the chest. The magnetic locks of the Terminator's souls failed, and his body detached from the hull, flying off into infinity. The third and fourth Terminators attacked simultaneously, one with a chain fist, the other with a power axe. Guilliman moved between them like water. In zero gravity, his mass did not hinder him, it became his weapon. He redirected the enemy's inertia against themselves. He caught the arm with the axe and guided it into the chest of the chain fist wielder. The blade, wreathed in a disintegrating field, sliced through the Terminator armor. The traitor convulsed soundlessly as air from his suit vented out, turning into ice crystals. Guilliman felt his lungs begin to burn. Oxygen in his blood was running low. His eyes stung. Red crystals froze on his eyelashes, ruptured capillaries. But he felt no fear. He felt clarity. Lorgar wanted to kill him. Lorgar wanted to humiliate him. But Lorgar made a mistake. He locked a lion in a cage but forgot to lock the door. Cataphractii pattern Terminator armor is the pinnacle of individual protection. It is heavy, slow, but incredibly durable. Built-in shield generators allow it to withstand hits that would vaporize a standard space marine. An ordinary human, and even an ordinary Astartes, cannot penetrate such armor with bare hands. It is physically impossible. But a Primarch is not physics, he is metaphysics. Guilliman's punch carries not only kinetic energy, which in itself is equivalent to the impact of a railway locomotive, it carries conceptual weight. A Primarch is a being more real than reality. When Guilliman's fist strikes ceramite, the ceramite surrenders. Matter yields to will. Molecular bonds weaken. For the word-bearers inside this armor, the encounter with the Primarch was a shock. They thought themselves tanks, but against Guilliman, they proved to be made of tin. Their faith, their runes, their demonic pacts, nothing saved them from the wrath of the avenging sun. The last, fifth Terminator tried to flee. He saw what happened to his brothers. His fanaticism cracked in the face of the god of war. He activated the maneuvering thrusters on his back, trying to detach from the hull and fly to the boarding pod's airlock. Guilliman did not let him leave. The Primarch snatched a grenade from his belt, a crack grenade. He couldn't throw it like a ball. In a vacuum, the wind-up works differently. He simply released it, flicking it with his finger, calculating the vector precisely. The grenade flew 20 meters and magnetized to the fleeing Terminator's backpack. Explosion. In the silence, it looked like a bright flash tearing the traitor apart. Shards of armor and meat sprayed outward. Guilliman was left alone on the roof of the world. He stood, breathing heavily, though there was nothing to breathe. His chest heaved in spasms. He looked at his hands. The blue gauntlets were covered in frost, and Xenos blood frozen into black crusts. He looked up. Directly above him hung the Fidelitas Lex, huge, grey, ugly in its betrayal. Guilliman memorized the silhouette. He burned it onto his retinas. "I am coming for you, Lorgar," he thought. "Theoretical, you think you have won. Practical, you have just woken Ultramar." The Primarch turned and headed for the emergency airlock leading inside the ship. He needed to return. He needed to take command. He needed to find a helmet. He approached the airlock and punched the manual release panel. The door did not yield, locked by scrap code. Guilliman inserted his fingers into the gap between the leaves. His muscles tensed. Veins on his neck bulged, ready to burst. With a prolonged, soundless groan of metal, the adamantium doors began to part, submitting to brute force. Guilliman stepped into the darkness of the airlock, leaving the cold void of space behind him. The Orbital Defense Control Station, Omega Prime, had formerly been a place of sterile cleanliness and quiet efficiency. It was a nerve cluster where thousands of cogitators processed data on the movement of every ship in the system. The floor was polished to a mirror shine, the air smelled of ozone and recycled caffeine, and the only sound was the soothing hum of ventilation fans. Now it smelled of a slaughterhouse. The word-bearers had captured the station an hour ago. They took no prisoners, save for those needed for access codes. Bodies of Ultramar officers lay where the bolts had caught them, on consoles, in corridors, by locked airlocks. Their blood drained into the deck gratings, mixing with black oil leaking from smashed servitors. But the invaders did not cleanse the room. On the contrary, they desecrated it. On the main monitor screens, which used to display approach vectors and supply schedules, chaos runes now pulsed. But the invaders did not cleanse the room. On the contrary, they desecrated it. On the main monitor screens, which used to display approach vectors and supply schedules, chaos runes now pulsed. They were burned directly into the pixels by scrap code, causing the monitor glass to melt and drip in hot droplets. In the center of the hall, amidst the corpses, stood Dark Apostle Malukesh. Dark Mechanicum bustled around him, Hirtex whose robes were soaked in grease and blood. They plugged thick, pulsating cables directly into the station's data ports. The cables resembled intestines, and through them flowed not energy but corruption. Malukesh did not look at the tactical map. He looked into the massive observation viewport. Directly before him, occupying half the firmament, hung the disk of the star Veridia, a blinding blue-white sphere, the star that gave life to Calth and was slowly killing it with its radiation. The Apostle smiled. In his hands, the star reflected like a coin he was about to spend. Codes integrated rasped one of the heretics. His voice sounded like a modem trying to dial into hell. The station's machine spirit is broken. It weeps, but it obeys. "Begin the rotation," ordered Malukesh. Station Omega Prime was not merely a command post. It was part of the Calth grid. Planetary defense gun batteries were mounted on its outer hull. Massive macro cannons capable of piercing battleship armor. Missile silos containing Void Killer-class warheads. Laser lance emitters with terawatt output. The floor shuddered beneath their feet. Giant servos, unlubricated for years, because the station was meant to be stationary, groaned. Metal ground against metal with a shriek that burst blood vessels in mortal eyes. The station began to turn. Usually these guns faced deep space, awaiting an enemy fleet. But now they turned inward toward the system. They ignored the drifting ultramarine ships. They ignored the falling debris. They targeted the only enemy that could not evade, the sun. In the corner of the hall, chained to a coolant pipe, sat Magos Logis Edviren. He was severely wounded, his mechadendrites torn out, half his face burned, but his cybernetic eye still worked, and he saw the telemetry. He saw the target coordinates. 000. center of mass of the system. You, the Magos wheezed. His vox grill was broken, and his voice sounded pitiful. You are making a calculation error. That is not Guilliman's fleet. That is the star. You are targeting the star. Malukesh slowly turned to the prisoner. Error? The apostle repeated. No, priest of Mars. This is not an error. This is ambition. What the word-bearers captured is called the orbital defense grid. It is a legacy of the golden age of humanity, restored by Guilliman. The grid consists of thousands of autonomous gun platforms linked by a single targeting system. We want to anger it. The apostle placed a hand on the Magos' shoulder and squeezed. The metal of implants crunched. Veridia is unstable. It is an old 6-star. It holds onto a fragile balance of gravity and nuclear fusion. It is like a man standing on the edge of a precipice. It does not need a strong blow, it needs a push. You will cause a solar flare. Realization hit the Magos harder than the pain. You will destabilize the corona. We will inject poison into its veins. Malukesh nodded. We will use your cyclonic torpedoes to puncture the photosphere. We will use your lasers to heat specific points of the chromosphere. We will disrupt the magnetic fields. The Magos tried to break free, but he was powerless. It will kill everything, he whispered. The flare will burn away Calth's atmosphere. Radiation will sterilize the surface. This is not war. This is exterminatus. This is a sacrifice, the apostle corrected. The greatest in history. We will sacrifice not a man, not a city. We will sacrifice an entire world. Imagine the resonance this will cause in the warp. Imagine how the gods will laugh when the light that gave life becomes the fire that takes it. Malukesh turned away and raised his hand. Batteries 1, 5, and 9. Target locked. Vector Corona Zenith. The machine spirit resists, reported a heretic. It screams of logic violation. Silence it. Pour the blood of slaves into it. Write the name of Lorgar on its code. The heretics began inputting new commands. Sparks showered from the consoles. Somewhere deep in the station, a servitor whose brain was used as a processor exploded from overload, splattering the walls with grey matter. But the guns locked on. A star is a living organism if viewed from the perspective of plasma physics. It has cycles, flows, magnetic nerves. Veridia is a blue subgiant. Such stars are powerful, but temperamental. Their magnetic field is in a state of constant chaos. The word-bearer's plan is tech heresy of the highest order. They are using orbital lasers not to inflict damage, but for acupuncture. A powerful laser pulse focused on a single point of the solar corona creates localized overheating. This causes a disturbance in magnetic lines. The lines begin to twist, accumulating tension. If you strike several points simultaneously, you can create resonance. Magnetic loops will snap. The result will be a coronal mass ejection, CME. The star will vomit billions of tons of plasma. Usually such ejections fly in a random direction. But if the star is stimulated at the right points, facing the planet, the ejection will head straight for Calth. This will not just be light. It will be a stream of high-energy particles that will strip away the remnants of the Calth grid, if they are still functioning, ionize the atmosphere, and turn the planet's surface into a radioactive oven. The ozone layer will vanish in a second. Temperatures will rise by hundreds of degrees. Magos Edviran closed his remaining eye. He was a man of logic, a servant of the Omnisire. His entire life had been dedicated to the preservation of knowledge. Now he watched as knowledge was used to murder the very essence of creation. He began to recite a binary prayer, praying that his logic circuits would burn out before he saw the result. "Fire!" commanded Malukesh. In the soundless vacuum, thousands of grid guns fired simultaneously. It was a majestic sight. Hundreds of beams of coherent light, green turbo lasers, blue plasma blobs, red lance battery beams, rushed away from the planet. They converged into a bundle. They flew toward the star. It took 8 minutes, the time it takes for light to travel from orbit to the star, for the strike to reach its target. In those 8 minutes, nothing happened. The universe waited. And then the star Veridia shuddered. On its surface, perfectly smooth and blinding, a dark spot appeared, a sunspot of monstrous proportions. And then, from this spot, a prominence erupted. It looked like the tongue of a dragon. It was larger than the planet Calth itself. A wave of fire tore away from the star and rushed into the void, straight for the doomed world. Malukesh laughed. "The sun is setting," he whispered, "and the long night begins." The world had lost its color. Just an hour ago, Calth had been a symphony of blue and gold, the azure of the sky, the gold of the sun, the cobalt of ultramarine armor. Now only grey remained. Grey concrete turned to flour, grey metal of melted hulks, grey skin of the dead, covered in a layer of radioactive fallout. Captain Remus Ventanus regained consciousness under a pile of rubble. His auto-senses rebooted, spitting out cascades of errors. Left leg servo failure, crack in gorget, radiation level, critical. He pushed off the slab of rockcrete, pinning him down. The armor's hydraulics whined but complied. Ventanus stood up. He was alone in the middle of the spaceport ruins. There was no war around him in the conventional sense, no front lines, no orders. There was only chaos. He saw surviving mortals wandering in the smoke like shadows. They coughed, spitting up pieces of their lungs. Their skin had already begun to redden from burns. The atmosphere was poisoned, and the sun Veridia, stripped of the grid's filters, had begun its slow execution of all living things. Ventanus took a step and stumbled. Under his foot lay a body. It was an Astartes, a brother from his company. Ancient, standard bearer, Malak. He lay face down, his back torn open by shrapnel. But even in death, his hands were locked together. He was holding something. Ventanus dropped to one knee. Mud squelched under his weight. He pried open the dead man's fingers. It required effort. Astartes' rigor mortis turns muscles into stone. Beneath Malak's body, protected by his own flesh from fire and filth, lay the standard of the Fourth Company. It was a work of art, woven on Macragge a century ago, heavy fabric embroidered with adamantium threads. It depicted Ultramar crowned with a laurel wreath and a golden aquila. Now the standard was dusty. The staff was broken in half. Ventanus took the fragment of the staff. In that moment he felt a strange sensation, not logic, not tactical calculation. He felt necessity. He raised the standard. The fabric unfurled, hanging in the heavy, hot air. The golden aquila gleamed, reflecting the light of the fires. This gleam was the only clean thing within 100 kilometers. Ventanus activated his Vox channel on a wide broadcast frequency. "This is Ventanus," he spoke. His voice was hoarse but firm. "Fourth Company to me, all units of the 13th Legion to me, Auxilia to me, rally point, the standard." He drove the broken staff into the pile of debris atop which he stood, and they began to come, at first, one by one. Concussed space marines climbing out from under the rubble, Imperial army soldiers with empty eyes, mortal laborers seeking protection from their demigods. They walked toward the blue color. In the grey hell, it was the only beacon of hope. Ventanus watched them. This was not an army. These were remnants, broken, demoralized, cut off from command. Theoretical, we are broken. We must retreat and await evacuation. Practical, there will be no evacuation. We are alone. For an Astartes, the standard, Vexilla, is not just a flag. It is a relic possessing a psychoactive effect. Neurofibers are woven into the standard, recording the company's history. It remembers every battle, every victory. When an Astartes sees the standard, he sees not fabric. He connects to the collective memory of his brotherhood. He feels the presence of all fallen heroes who fought under this symbol. It is an anchor of reality. In battle with chaos, where the enemy uses fear and madness as weapons, The standard serves as a focal point of will. It says, "While I stand, the Legion stands. While I am here, order exists." To lose the standard is worse than death. It is a loss of honor. It is a loss of identity. When Ventanus raised the standard of the Fourth Company, he performed an act of psychological resuscitation. He turned a crowd of frightened individuals back into a single organism. He gave them a center of gravity. In the chaos of ruined Calth, he created a singular point of order. Seneschal Pilot approached Ventanus. The mortal had miraculously survived, though his clothes were in tatters and half his face was covered in burns. He was trembling. "My lord," Pilot looked at the standard like an icon. "What do we do? The spaceport is destroyed, ships are falling, we are trapped." Ventanus looked at him. Then he scanned the gathered Astartes. There were about 30 of them, different companies, different ranks, some without helmets, some missing arms. They waited for orders. They waited for the theoretical that would explain how to win a war that was impossible to win. "We cannot win in space," Ventanus said. His voice carried over the ruins, drowning out the crackle of fires. "The fleet is lost, but Calth is not just the surface." He pointed down. "Beneath us are the Arcologies, cities where millions live. The enemy wants to burn us. The enemy wants to poison us. But we are Ultramarines." Ventanus paused. He was formulating a new doctrine right now, a doctrine that was not in Guilliman's textbooks. Theoretical. The Imperial army fights by the book. Front lines, supply, support. Practical. The book is gone. We will fight dirty. We will use their weapons. We will hide in the ruins. We will bite their ankles while they try to break our necks. One of the sergeants, clutching a wounded side, asked, "What is the objective, Captain? Hold positions?" "No," Ventanus cut him off. "Survival. Our goal is to live one more minute, and in that minute, to kill as many traitors as we can. We will go underground. We will link up with the Arcology garrisons. We will turn every tunnel, every airlock, every corridor into a trap." He looked at Pillow. "Do you know the entrances to the Maglev service tunnels?" Yes, my lord, but they are sealed." "We will unseal them." Ventanus raised his bolter with one hand and the standard with the other. "We go underground, and we will take this world with us." Remus Ventanus entered history as the savior of Calth, not because he was the strongest warrior or the smartest strategist. He became a legend because he was the most adaptive. Before Calth, the Ultramarines were rigid. They were an army of parades and perfectly planned operations. If a plan collapsed, they often faltered. Ventanus was the first to understand. Against chaos, plans do not work. That day, under the radioactive sky of Numin, a new school of war was born. War without supply. War where a bolter can be used as a club and a standard as a spear. Ventanus taught his legion to think not as conquerors but as partisans. He cast aside pride for the sake of efficiency. If one must hide in a sewer to kill a word-bearer, an ultramarine will hide in a sewer. It was this flexibility that would allow the 13th Legion to survive the heresy and become the foundation upon which the Imperium would be built after the Emperor took the Golden Throne. Ventanus saved not only Calth, he saved the soul of his legion. The radiation sensor on Ventanus's belt wailed a continuous tone. He looked at the sun. The disk of Veridia pulsed. An unnatural, sickly radiance broke through the smoke. "Flare," Ventanus realized. "They shot the sun. Hell will be here soon." "Take cover!" he shouted. "Everyone into the tunnels! Move!" They ran. It was not a rout. It was a forced march for survival. Astartes carried wounded mortals in their arms. Sergeants drove the stragglers with strikes from the flat of their swords. Ventanus ran last. He carried the standard. The heavy fabric flapped in the wind, which was getting hotter by the second. They reached the entrance to the Maglev freight tunnel. The massive gates were skewed by an explosion, but the gap was wide enough. Humans and post-humans dived into the darkness of the underworld. Ventanus stopped at the threshold. He looked back at the burning spaceport. at the bodies of his brothers whom he could not retrieve. The heat was becoming unbearable. The paint on his armor began to bubble. "We will return," he promised the dead. "I promise. We will return and burn out this infection." He stepped into the darkness. Behind him, the sun Veridia vomited the first tongue of a coronal ejection that would turn the surface of Calth into a radioactive wasteland for the next 10,000 years. The underground war had begun. On the command deck of the orbital platform, transformed by the word-bearers into a temple of filth, the air vibrated with a tension that had nothing to do with physics. It was the pressure of an Xenos will, so dense it felt like a physical weight on the shoulders. Guilliman, Primarch of the XIIIth Legion, the Avenging Sun, was on his knees. This was a posture not of defeat, but of temporary inability to stand. His blue armor, the armor of reason, a masterpiece of Macragge's artificers, was blackened and cracked. Smoke seeped from dozens of microfractures in the ceramite. Servos whined, attempting to compensate for the damage, but their efforts were insufficient. Towering over him was Phaeron, the Black Cardinal, foster father of Lorgar, a man who was not an Astartes, yet who commanded them. In this moment he seemed larger than the Primarch himself. He hovered in the air, held aloft not by grav suspenders, but by swirling currents of dark energy flowing from his hands. There was no warrior's majesty about Phaeron. There was the majesty of disease. He looked like a cancerous tumor that had gained consciousness and power. His Terminator armor was grotesque, adorned with bones and scraps of human skin, and his face, hidden in the shadow of a hood, was a map of hatred, traced with wrinkles over centuries of life prolonged by unnatural means. Guilliman tried to stand. He braced his fist against the floor. Phaeron lazily waved his hand. An arc of purple lightning tore from his fingers. It struck the Primarch in the chest, throwing him back. The smell of ozone mixed with the scent of burnt demigod flesh. Guilliman snarled, a sound full of pain and humiliating powerlessness. He had fought orcs, Eldar, monsters from the depths of space. He knew how to kill anything that possessed biology. But he did not know how to fight this. Magic, a force that denied logic. "You look pathetic, Robute." Phaeron's voice sounded not from his throat, but from everywhere at once. It was a grinding whisper penetrating directly into the brain. "Your father called you perfect, but look at yourself. You are just meat in a tin can." Guilliman spat blood. His third eye, the eye of the tactician, feverishly searched for an attack pattern. Theoretical, the energy emanates from his hands. Source, the warp. Attack frequency is chaotic. Practical, close the distance, force close quarters combat. The Primarch surged forward. It was a lunge capable of breaking the sound barrier. But Phaeron was faster than thought. He simply spoke a word. An invisible wall of telekinetic force hit Guilliman like a battering ram. The Primarch crashed into a column, pulverizing the stone with his back. "Crude," the Dark Cardinal sneered. "You try to use physics where concepts rule." He clenched his fist. Guilliman felt an invisible vice grip his throat. He was lifted into the air. The Primarch's feet dangled a meter off the floor. He clawed at the invisible noose, but his fingers passed through emptiness. Phaeron floated closer. In his eyes, cloudy and yellow, triumph glowed. This was the moment of his supreme glory. All his life he had been almost an Astartes, almost a Primarch as Lorgar's father. He had always been in the shadow of genetic giants. And now, one of these giants, the embodiment of Imperial arrogance, hung before him, helpless as a doll. Phaeron savored it. He drank Guilliman's humiliation like wine, and this enjoyment became his first mistake. Who is Phaeron? To understand his hatred for Guilliman, one must understand his biology. When Lorgar was found by the Emperor on Colchis, Phaeron, his mentor and foster father, was already an old man, too old for gene seed implantation. The Emperor, in a gesture of mercy or cruelty, allowed a series of complex surgeries to be performed on him. Bionics, juvenate treatments, cybernetic enhancements. He became tall, strong, immortal. He wears Terminator armor, but he is not a space marine. He does not have two hearts. He does not have the Laraman's organ. He lacks that divine spark that makes Astartes brothers. Among the word-bearers, he is called the Master of the Faith, but behind his back they whisper, false Astartes. This bred in him an inferiority complex of cosmic scale. He hates the real sons of the Emperor because they are what he can never become. His power is sorcery. He sold his soul to chaos not for an ideal, but for compensation. The warp gave him what genetics did not, the ability to look down on Primarchs. And now, holding Guilliman by the throat, he is not avenging Lorgar. He is avenging his own human weakness. Phaeron lowered Guilliman to the floor, but did not release the psychic grip. The Primarch was on his knees, wheezing. The Dark Cardinal landed nearby. The heavy tread of his Terminator armor resonated in the floor. "I could kill you right now, Robute," the old man hissed. "One effort of will, and your precious hearts will stop, or I will boil your brain inside your own skull." Guilliman looked up. His face was blue from asphyxiation, but there was no pleading in his eyes. "Then do it," he rasped. "Or are you afraid Lorgar will punish you for breaking Father's favorite toy?" Phaeron's face twisted in anger, but he restrained himself. "Lorgar is weak. He still loves you. But I see potential." The old man stepped in close. "Look around, Guilliman. Your fleet burns. Your perfect Ultramar crumbles. Your father lied to you about the nature of the universe. He left you unarmed against the truth." Phaeron reached for his belt and drew a weapon. It was not a bolter, not a chainsword. It was a dagger, an athame. The blade was made of black stone, like a shard of night. It did not reflect light, it absorbed it. The hilt was wrapped in leather flayed from the face of a psyker. "Renounce," Phaeron whispered, bringing the blade to the Primarch's throat. "Renounce the liar on the throne, accept the primordial truth, and I will grant you power you dared not dream of. You will become not just a son, you will become a god." Guilliman looked at the dagger. His logical mind analyzed the situation. Theoretical. He does not kill me because he wants to corrupt. His pride demands that I bend the knee voluntarily. Practical. He has come too close. He has violated spacing. He relies on magic, not armor. Guilliman felt the blade touch his skin. The athame did not cut matter. It cut the soul. The cold radiating from the blade was worse than vacuum. It promised not death, but oblivion. "Come now, Robute," Phaeron smiled, seeing the Primarch flinch. "It is just a little cut. Let the truth inside you." The weapon Phaeron holds is not just a ritual knife, it is one of the most dangerous artifacts in the galaxy. According to legend, these blades were created from shards of the anatheme, a weapon of an ancient Xenos race, the Kynebrak, that was used by Erebus to wound Horus. The athame possesses the property of severing warp bonds. It can kill what cannot be killed. It can kill a demon permanently, not banishing it to the warp, but erasing its essence. But its main property is the ability to conduct rituals of subjugation. If one wounds a Primarch with it and speaks the correct words, one can infect his soul with the taint of chaos, bypassing his will. Phaeron knows that physically killing Guilliman is difficult. Primarchs are incredibly resilient. But if he wounds him with the athame, he can break his spirit. He wants to bring to Khorne, or Chaos Undivided, not Guilliman's corpse, but Guilliman the traitor, Guilliman the slave. This is the highest form of desecration, to turn a symbol of loyalty into a puppet. "I offer you eternity," whispered Phaeron. Guilliman looked him in the eye. In that moment, the Primarch shut off his pain. He shut off fear. He even shut off hope. Only cold, crystalline hatred remained. Hatred for the fact that this old man, this parasite, dared to think he could buy the soul of the Emperor's son. Theoretical, Guilliman uttered quietly. What? Phaeron frowned, not understanding. The psychic grip on the Primarch's throat loosened slightly in surprise. That slightly was enough. Practical, Guilliman roared. It was an explosion. The Primarch struck not with a weapon. His hands were empty. He struck with his right hand, a straight punch into which he poured all his rage, all his genetically modified power. The blow landed in the center of Phaeron's chest. Terminator armor, indestructible, consecrated by darkness, reinforced by magical shields, met the Primarch's fist. The magic burst. The ceramite crunched like an eggshell. Guilliman's hand went into the Dark Cardinal's chest, punching through ribs, lungs, life support systems. It went deep, up to the wrist. Phaeron froze. His eyes widened in shock. The dagger fell from his weakened fingers, clattering to the floor. The psychic storm around them instantly subsided. The lightning vanished. Guilliman brought his face close to the face of Lorgar's foster father. "You are not an Astartes," the Primarch growled. "You are just an old man in a stolen suit." Guilliman clenched his fingers inside the enemy's chest cavity. He felt something pulsing, wet and mechanical. The heart, or what replaced it. He yanked his hand back, the wet sound of tearing flesh. In Guilliman's armored gauntlet, a lump of black meat and wires pulsed. Phaeron swayed. Black ichor gushed from the hole in his chest. He looked at the hole, then at Guilliman, then at the hole again. He could not believe it. Magic was supposed to protect him. He was chosen. "Impossible," he gurgled. Guilliman crushed the heart in his fist, turning it into pulp, and flung the remains aside. "For you traitors, everything is impossible," said the Primarch, rising to his full height, "until it happens." Phaeron collapsed to his knees and then fell onto his back. He did not die. Dark gifts and bionics sustained a spark of life in him, but he was broken, defeated not by magic but by brute material force. Guilliman picked up the athame from the floor. He looked at the black blade with disgust and then broke it over his knee. "And now," said the avenging son, looking down at the dying cardinal, "get off my ship." The world did not end with an explosion. It ended with a change in the taste of the air. On the surface of Calth, amidst the smoking ruins of Numin, the wind suddenly died. The dust devils swirling between the skeletons of buildings settled. A dead, cottony silence fell, in which only the dry crackle of static electricity could be heard. The air became greasy. It acquired a metallic taste, the taste of an old coin held under the tongue for a long time. The hair on the arms of surviving mortals stood on end. Their skin began to itch, as if thousands of microscopic ants were crawling beneath it. Captain Remus Ventanus stood by the gigantic blast gate, Magna Gate 4, leading into the Arcologies' underground tunnels. He was herding people inside. It was like trying to pour an ocean through a funnel. Thousands of civilians, auxiliary soldiers, wounded, all strove for the darkness away from the sky. Ventanus looked up. The sun Veridia had changed. Its familiar blue-white disk, usually shining with a steady, cold light, now pulsed. It had swollen. Its edges became indistinct, blurred, surrounded by a sickly violet halo. It looked like the eye of a sick god, bloodshot. The spectrum shifted. Shadows on the ground became unnaturally sharp, inky black. Colors lost saturation, turning into a monochrome gamut of sepia and ultraviolet. Ventanus's armor sensors weren't just beeping, they were howling. Warning! Gamma radiation levels exceeded by 400%. Exponential growth projected. Time to critical exposure. 3 minutes. Faster! Ventanus's voice, amplified by the Vox grill, was like the crack of a whip. Drop your belongings! Abandoned vehicles, people only, inside! Astartes of the 4th Company formed a living corridor, directing the flow of refugees. They didn't drive them with rifle butts. Panic was already at its limit. They simply stood like rocks against which chaos broke, channeling it into the proper course. Ventanus watched changes happening to the people. Those who had lost helmets or respirators began to cough blood. Their faces turned red, resembling boiled lobsters. This was radiation erythema, the first stage of acute radiation sickness. Radiation from the destabilized star was already piercing the remnants of the atmosphere, ionizing cells. An auxiliary sergeant standing next to Ventanus suddenly fell to his knees. He vomited. "Stand up, soldier," Ventanus barked. "I can't, my lord," the man wheezed. "My legs, I can't feel them." Ventanus scooped him up with one hand like a doll and threw him toward the gates, straight into the arms of medics. Practical. You will die if you stay here. Theoretical. Inside, you have a chance. The light grew brighter. It was not the brightness of noon. It was the brightness of a welding arc held to the face. Asphalt began to smoke. Paint on building walls bubbled and burst. Plastic parts of equipment began to melt. Ventanus felt his ceramite heating up. The armor's cooling systems were running at the limit, humming like turbines, but the temperature inside the suit crept upward, +40, +50. He looked at the timer on his visor. 2:15. "Begin closing the gates," he ordered over general comms. "Captain," objected the tech marine operating the mechanism. "There are hundreds of people outside. They are running along the highway." "Close it!" Ventanus's voice turned icy. "This mechanism takes 4 minutes to close. If we don't start now, we will burn those already inside." What happens when a star sheds its corona? Imagine a hydrogen bomb the size of the planet Jupiter exploding not in a vacuum, but directionally toward your world. First comes the light, X-rays and ultraviolet. They travel at the speed of light, 8 minutes from the star to Calth. This light does not warm. It sterilizes. It destroys DNA. It burns out retinas even through closed eyelids. Then comes the solar wind, a stream of charged particles, protons and electrons. Usually the planet's magnetic field, magnetosphere, deflects them, creating auroras. But the Calth grid is offline. There is no magnetic shield. The solar wind hits the atmosphere. It begins to blow it away like wind blows foam off beer. The ozone layer disappears instantly. Nitrogen and oxygen ionize, turning into plasma. The sky changes color from blue to violet, and then to black, because there is not enough atmosphere left to scatter light. Surface temperature jumps to 400–600 degrees Celsius. Water in open reservoirs evaporates explosively. Trees ignite. A human left on the surface does not just burn. The fluid in their body boils, turning them into a steam bomb. The massive leaves of the Magna Gate, 5 meters thick, made of lead and adamantium, began their slow movement. The mechanism groaned. The grinding of metal drowned out even the noise of the crowd. People, seeing the gap narrowing, fell into madness. The crush intensified. Those in the back pushed the front. Ventanus stood in the center of the flow like a breakwater. He shoved away those trying to squeeze through with belongings, making room for the living. He saw faces, distorted by terror, skin covered in blisters, eyes full of pleading. He hated himself in this moment. Astartes are protectors. Their duty is to die so that others may live. But now he was killing them. By closing this door, he was sentencing thousands of latecomers to the most terrible death. A tech priest ran up to him. His red robes were smoking. "Captain, radiation background is penetrating even my shielding. Optics are melting. We need to go deeper." "Hold the gates open until the 30-second mark," Ventanus ordered. "Logic dictates immediate sealing. Probability of ionized plasma entering the tunnel, 89%. "I said hold." Ventanus grabbed the priest by the lapels and lifted him into the air. "That is an order, Cog. We wait until the last moment." Ventanus looked outside into the narrowing slit of the gates. There on the horizon a wall of light was rising. It rolled over the city like a tide. Buildings it touched vanished. Concrete crumbled into sand. Steel flowed like water. It was not a wave of fire. It was a wall of pure dissolution. He saw a rhino transport racing toward the gates. It was overflowing with people. They hung off the armor. The wave of light caught up with it. Ventanus saw the people on the armor flare up like matches. An instant, and only black skeletons remained, which immediately crumbled to dust. The rhino's armor glowed white-hot, and the vehicle stopped, turning into an oven. "Close it now!" Ventanus screamed. "Full seal!" Space Marine armor is a miracle of survival, but even it has limits. At the radiation levels now covering Calth, standard protection protocols change. The black carapace, subdermal interface, injects a cocktail of anti-rads and stimulants into the Marine's blood, slowing cellular decay. The melanochrome organ begins producing pigment, turning the skin black and hard like leather to reflect radiation. But the main enemy is the armor's own sensors. Cameras and thermal images on the helmet burn out in seconds from a direct look at the flare. Autosenses automatically shut down external channels to avoid burning out the wearer's optic nerve. In such a situation, an Astartes goes blind. He sees only telemetry data projected onto his retina. He navigates by radar and echolocation. Ventanus essentially does not see the gates right now. He sees their digital model. He hears not people's screams, but the crackle of the Geiger counter, which has turned into a continuous drone. He is trapped in his own armor, like in a sarcophagus that is slowly heating up. The gate leaves met with a crash resembling a thunderclap. Magnetic locks clicked, sealing the passage. But a moment before, through the last gap a palm's width wide, a ray of light managed to break through. It struck the tunnel floor. Concrete at the point of impact instantly vitrified. The beam slashed across the rows of refugees standing too close. A dozen people simply vanished. Only shadows remained of them, burned onto the tunnel wall. Atomic shadows, silhouettes of carbon. One ultramarine standing in the beam's path fell. His pauldron melted, burning through flesh and bone down to the lung. Then came darkness. The gates closed. Red emergency lumens lit up inside the tunnel. Silence fell. Terrible ringing silence, interrupted only by the sobbing of survivors and the crackling of the cooling metal of the gates. Outside, beyond 5 meters of lead, hell raged. Calth's atmosphere burned. Oceans boiled. Cities turned into flat radioactive plains. The Golden Age ended. The age of the underground began. Ventanus leaned his back against the gates. He felt the heat through his armor. The lead was heating up. "We are alive," he rasped, removing his helmet. Blood flowed from his nose. "Practical. We are rats now, but rats with bolters." The entrance to the Xanthus main Arcology was a triumphal arch carved into the rock, 50 meters high, 100 wide. Parades once marched through these gates, cargo leviathans passed, and rivers of pilgrims flowed. Now it was the neck of a bottle in which humanity was suffocating. The outer perimeter windshields had already fallen. The radiation storm caused by the agony of the Veridia star licked the steps leading to the gates. The air shimmered, distorting perspective. Shadows became black as ink and sharp as razors. Ultramarine Sergeant Erastus stood in the blockade line. His bolter was raised, but the muzzle pointed at the sky. Before him raged a sea of flesh, screaming and despair. Tens of thousands of people stormed the entrance. They abandoned cars, suitcases, even children to push forward. The crush was so dense that people died standing, compressed from all sides, and their bodies did not fall, continuing to move with the crowd in a macabre dance of the dead. The blast shutter, a slab of plasteel and ceramite 10 meters thick, began to descend. It was not a quick movement. The mechanism, designed for centuries of service, worked smoothly, with a low hum that vibrated teeth. The door went down, inexorably like a sentence. 3 meters of clearance remained, then 2. The crowd howled. People realized they wouldn't make it. And then panic turned to bestial rage. They rushed forward, not to save themselves, but to prevent the door from closing, to take those inside with them. "Hold the line!" Erastus's voice broke into a snarl. "Lock shields!" The squad of Ultramarines, reinforced by auxiliary soldiers, stood as a living wall directly beneath the descending slab. Their task was terrible: let no one pass. Not because there was no room, there was plenty of room, but because the flow of people blocked the closing sensors. The gate automation, following Golden Age safety protocols, refused to seal the airlock if biological objects were in the aperture. The door stopped. It jerked, trying to lower, but the sensors saw people and gave the command, "Stop." And outside, behind the backs of the crowd, the light was becoming unbearable. The Geiger counter in Erastus's helmet showed lethal readings. If the gates did not close in 60 seconds, radiation would penetrate inside. The ventilation system would suck in poisoned air, and then everyone would die, both those outside and the 2 million people inside. "Sergeant!" shouted the tech marine working at the control panel. "The mechanism is overheating. The logic spirit is confused. If we do not clear the aperture, the hydraulics will fail and the gates will remain open forever." Erastus looked at the crowd. He saw faces. A woman with mad eyes clawing at his pauldron with her fingernails. A man in an expensive suit trying to shove a briefcase of money between the shields. A teenager who just looked at him and moved his lips soundlessly. They reached out to him. They begged. They cursed. "Let us in!" they screamed. "You are angels. You must protect us." Erastus felt his heart skip a beat. Theoretical. The duty of an Astartes is the protection of humanity. Practical. To protect the majority, the minority must be sacrificed. If the aperture is not cleared, the species Homo sapiens on Calth will cease to exist. It was cruel, cold arithmetic. Arithmetic Guilliman had taught him, but which he never thought he would apply like this. The Imperium of mankind is not built on mercy, it is built on survival. In a galaxy where gods thirst for your soul and Xenos for your flesh, humanism is an unaffordable luxury. Astartes are not heroes in shining armor saving kittens from trees, they are surgeons. Sometimes, to save the organism, a limb must be amputated. The situation at the gates of Xanthus is the classic trolley problem, raised to the absolute. But for an ultramarine, there is no philosophical dilemma here. There is only the theoretical, options, and the practical, action. Option A, try to save everyone. Result, mechanism jams, radiation kills 100% of the population. Option B, kill 1% of the population to save 99%. Result, survival of the species. For the post-human mind, the choice is obvious. But having two hearts and a soul makes this choice agonizing. Astartes are not robots. They feel guilt, and this guilt is the price they pay for their strength. They take the sin upon themselves so mortals do not have to. Guilliman taught them, the right decision is not always the pleasant decision. A leader is one who is ready to accept the hatred of those he saves. Erastus activated the external vox. "Everyone back away from the gates!" His voice drowned out the noise of the crowd. "Immediately, clear the sensor zone." The crowd did not listen. On the contrary, hearing the commander's voice, they surged forward with redoubled force. The living wave bent the auxiliary line. One of the soldiers fell, and the crowd trampled him instantly. Someone threw a stone at Erastus's helmet. "Murderers!" a woman shrieked. "Traitors! You are just like them!" This word hit the sergeant harder than the stone, just like them. He looked at his hands. Blue gauntlets. Was the difference between him and a word-bearer really only whom he killed? No. The difference was in why. The tech marine screamed, 10 seconds to critical failure. Sergeant, make a decision. Either we close on bodies or we burn." Erastus closed his eyes for a split second. He imagined the face of his Primarch. What would Guilliman do? Guilliman would calculate the probability and pull the trigger, with a face full of sorrow but a steady hand. Erastus opened his eyes. "Squad," he uttered in a dead voice. "Combat mode. Clear the doorway." "Sir?" asked a young trooper next to him. "But these are civilians." "Fire!" Erastus roared. "Fire to kill!" That is an order! He was the first to pull the trigger. His bolter, a sanctified weapon created to destroy the enemies of humanity, spat a mass reactive shell. The shell hit a man in the chest who was trying to crawl under the descending slab. The body was torn apart. Blood splashed onto the blast door. The rest of the Ultramarines, obeying reflexes honed by years of drill, opened fire. A wall of fire struck the crowd. It was a slaughter. At a range of 2 meters, bolt shells did not just kill. They turned people into red mist. The front rows of the crowd fell, mown down by the squall. Those behind recoiled in horror. A void formed, a kill zone. Aegis-class blast doors installed in the Arcologies of Calth are equipped with grav assist closers. When sensors clear, the slab falls not under its own weight, but accelerated by a magnetic field to ensure an instant seal. The moment the Ultramarines opened fire and the crowd receded, the sensors showed green light. The 300-ton slab slammed down, but it did not fall on clean concrete. It fell on the bodies of those just shot. The mechanism possessed such force that bones and flak armor were no obstacle. The bottom edge of the door, sharp as a guillotine, severed the corpses, pressing organic matter into the lock grooves. A so-called wet seal occurred. Blood and flesh filled the microgaps, instantly welding shut from the friction temperature and external heat. It is a terrible irony. The bodies of the murdered civilians provided the very hermetic layer that saved the rest. Their biomass became the gasket that kept the radiation out. The door closed. The light that poured from outside vanished, cut off by metal. Inside the airlock chamber, darkness reigned, illuminated only by the muzzle flashes of bolters, which fired for a fraction of a second more from inertia, and red emergency lamps. The firing ceased. Silence fell. In this silence, only the heavy breathing of the Astartes and dripping could be heard. Blood. The entire floor of the airlock, the bottom of the gates, the armor of the Ultramarines, everything was covered in red. Erastus lowered his bolter. Smoke from the barrel rose, mixing with steam. He looked at his brothers. They stood motionless. No one looked each other in the eye. The auxiliary soldiers who witnessed this huddled against the walls, looking at their saviors with horror. They were alive, but they feared those who had given them life. "Seal check," Erastus uttered. His voice sounded like grinding gravel. "Seal. Confirmed," the tech marine replied. "Radiation background normal. We are isolated." Erastus nodded. He approached the closed door. He placed a gauntleted hand against it. From the other side, behind meters of steel, someone was still knocking. Weak, dull thuds. Those who survived the fire were now dying of radiation. They scratched at the door, begging to be let in. The knocks became less frequent, quieter. After a minute, they stopped. Erastus removed his hand. A bloody handprint remained on the blue armor. "Practical, mission accomplished," he said into the void. "Theoretical, we are damned." In the final seconds before the end, the wind vanished on the surface of Calth. It was a physical phenomenon. Before the arrival of the plasma shockwave, the atmosphere seemed to be sucked inward, creating a vacuum rarefaction. Dust that had hung in the air for hours suddenly settled. The sounds of battle, distant explosions, the roar of engines, screams, became muffled as if coming from underwater. Princeps Horgoth, commander of the Reaver-class Titan named Doombearer, Legio Sutavora, felt this change through his neural link with the machine. His Titan stood amidst the ruins of an industrial complex, towering over a sea of debris. His void shields hummed, overloaded by background radiation, but Horgoth felt invulnerable. He had just crushed a Loyalist predator with his hydraulic claw and was searching for a new target. But the targets vanished. The Titan's radar, usually cluttered with blips, cleared. "Princeps," the voice of the sensor moderati sounded with notes of hysteria. "Ambient temperature. It is rising non-linearly." "It's the fires, fool," Horgoth growled through the vox speaker of his amniotic tank. We set this world ablaze. Enjoy the warmth. No, sire, it is not fires. It is the sky. The sky is burning. Horgoth linked to the external auspexes. He saw the horizon. There was no familiar line separating earth and sky. There was a wall of white, absolutely pure light that was devouring reality. It was higher than the clouds, it was wider than the continent, and it was approaching at the speed of sound. In that moment, the princeps, mind merged with a millennia-old killing machine, realized he was not a predator. He was an ant standing in the path of a lava flow. The light struck first. It was not merely bright light, it was a physical blow of photons so dense they possessed mass. The Titan's optics evaporated instantly. Lenses made of reinforced glass turned into gas. Then came the heat. Doombearer's void shields flared violet and black. They tried to dump the star's energy into the warp, as they were programmed to do. But there was too much energy. The shield generators did not overheat. They exploded, tearing the Titan's back open from the inside. Left without protection, metal met star. The paint on the God Engine's hull, the yellow and black colors of Legio Sutavora, vanished in a millisecond. Ceramite began to flow. Horgoth screamed. His nervous system was connected to the hull sensors. He didn't just see the damage, he felt his skin, the Titan's skin, melting. He felt his bones, the adamantium skeleton, softening. Below, at the Titan's feet, traitor infantry, hundreds of auxiliary soldiers and dozens of word-bearers, space marines who hadn't taken cover, ceased to exist. They did not burn. Combustion requires time and oxygen. They sublimated. The water in their bodies instantly transitioned into a plasma state. Their flesh exploded into steam and their bones turned to dust before that dust even touched the ground. Land Raider tanks turned into puddles of molten slag. Their ammunition detonated, but the explosions were invisible against the backdrop of the all-consuming radiance. The wall of plasma passed through the city ruins. Skyscrapers that had withstood the bombardment now bent like wax candles, concrete vitrified, turning into obsidian. Steel rebar evaporated, leaving empty channels inside the glass. The planet's atmosphere ignited. Oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, everything entered a thermonuclear reaction. Calth turned into one giant furnace. The Imperium has weapons in its arsenal capable of killing worlds. Virus bombs, cyclonic torpedoes. This is called exterminatus. But what happened on Calth is more terrifying because nature itself did it, spurred by human malice. When the coronal ejection from the star Veridia reached the atmosphere, it created an atmospheric stripping effect. The dense stream of charged particles literally stripped the upper layers of the atmosphere into space. Surface pressure dropped to near zero. Those who did not burn from the heat died from decompression. The oceans of Calth did not just evaporate. At such a pressure drop and temperature, they boiled explosively, throwing tons of superheated steam into the stratosphere, which was immediately ionized. The planet was sterilized. Not a single bacterium, not a single fungal spore, not a single virus on the surface survived. This is absolute purification. Stone, metal and glass, that is all that remained. Geology defeated biology. Calth ceased to be a habitable world. It became a dead world. From now on, life here is possible only in hermetic capsules underground, like inside a submarine at the bottom of an ocean of acid. Inside the Titan's amniotic tank, the fluid boiled. Princeps Horgoth was dying. His body, wired to the machine, was being cooked alive. Life support systems had failed. But his mind was still alive, trapped in the agonizing electronic brain of the Titan. "Why?" he screamed into the noosphere. "We served you. We brought you sacrifices. Lorgar promised us victory." The answer came, but not in words. The answer came in the form of indifference. Horgoth realized the terrible truth that all servants of chaos learn at the moment of death. The gods do not care. Khorne does not care whose blood flows, enemy or servant, as long as it flows. Tzeentch does not care who burns, only that reality changes. The word-bearers had evacuated. Their ships were gone. Erebus and Phaeron had left the system. And their allies, Legio Sutavora, cultists, auxilia, were left as kindling for the bonfire. Their lives were the bargaining chips that paid for the ritual. Traitors, Horgoth whispered as his neural interface began to melt inside his skull. You betrayed even the traitors. The Titan Doombearer fell. Its giant legs buckled, turning into soft metal. The multi-thousand-ton machine collapsed onto the ground, raising a wave of molten glass. A second later, the Titan's hull ruptured, and the reactor, losing containment, added its small nuclear mushroom to the general hell. But no one saw it. There was no one left to watch. If you look at Calth 10,000 years later, you will see a strange landscape. There is no sand, there is no soil. Vast expanses of the planet are covered in a crust. This is vitrified, glass-like regolith. The flash temperature was such that rocks melted and flowed like water. When the sun passed and the temperature dropped, this melt solidified. It is called the Calth crust. It is smooth, hard, and razor-sharp at the fractures. Beneath it, like flies in amber, the ruins of Golden Age cities are forever frozen. Tank hulks, building skeletons, even the shadows of people, all sealed under a layer of black glass. It is a giant planetary mausoleum. Anyone stepping onto the surface of Calth in the 41st millennium must wear heavy protection not only against radiation, which remains lethal, but also against the landscape itself, which cuts through boots and gloves. The flash passed. The main front of the coronal ejection bypassed the planet, rushing further to the edges of the system. Night fell on the surface of Calth, but it was not a dark night. The earth glowed. Lakes of molten rock and metal cooled, emitting a dim crimson radiance. There was no atmosphere. The sky was absolutely black, and in it, unblinking for there was no air, cold, indifferent stars burned. The silence was absolute. No wind, no sound, no breath. Only the cracking of the planet's cooling crust sounding like gunshots. Above the entrance to the underground Arcology, where the Ultramarines had taken refuge, layers of molten metal welded the door shut. Now it was not an airlock. It was a wall. The surface was dead. The history of Calth as a living world had ended. But deep below, under kilometers of rock, in the darkness of tunnels, emergency lights flickered on. Breathing could be heard there. Bolter slides racked. The war was not over. It had simply changed dimension. From the light, it had gone into the darkness. The light died. Instead of the sun Veridia, which just an hour ago burned the retina, now the only source of illumination was emergency lumens. They burned with a dim, sickly red light, powered by backup generators buried deep in the bedrock. This light did not disperse the darkness. It merely stained it the color of clotted blood. The air in the vast distribution hall of Magna Gate was heavy, humid, and hot. Ventilation systems had switched to closed cycle mode, cutting off intake from the surface to prevent radioactive ash from entering. Now millions of cubic meters of air circulated in a loop, passing through chemical scrubbers. The air smelled of ozone from burnt-out circuits, gun oil, the sweat of thousands of bodies, and the sweetish, nauseating scent of burnt meat brought in on the clothes of those who managed to slip through in the final seconds. Captain Remus Ventanus sat on an ammo crate. He had removed his helmet and placed it on his knees. His face, usually resembling the marble bust of an ancient hero, was covered in soot and grime. Deep shadows lay beneath his eyes. Around him, in the gloom, a living mass stirred. These were not soldiers. These were the debris of civilization. People sat on the concrete floor, huddled together. Some wept quietly, rocking side to side. Some lay motionless, staring at the high ceiling, lost in darkness. The sound was strange. It was not the noise of a crowd. It was a rustling, the whisper of prayers, the moans of the wounded, the swish of clothing. and above it all, the distant rhythmic hum of pumps cycling air, the sound of an artificial heart sustaining life in this steel coffin. Ventanus picked up his bolter. He pressed the magazine release. The click in the silence sounded like a gunshot. He pulled out the magazine and checked the indicator. 12, he whispered, +1 in the chamber. He took 2 more magazines from his pouch. Full, total, 73 bolts, 73 deaths he could gift to his enemies. He looked around. His brothers, Ultramarines of the 4th Company, were doing the same. They checked weapons. They dressed wounds using fast-clotting gel from Medici kits. Their armor, once flawlessly blue and gold, was now grey with dust and scratched by shrapnel. The ceramite on many warriors' pauldrons was melted, marks of the sun's touch. Ventanus stood up. His armor's servos whirred, breaking the silence. He walked through the crowd of refugees. People parted before him, not with reverence as before, but with animal fear. The giant in armor now seemed to them not a protector, but a warden. He approached the makeshift infirmary. Here, on spread-out tarps, lay those who had received a dose of radiation. The apothecary, field medic of the Astartes, worked silently. His narthecium, a gauntlet with a set of medical instruments, buzzed, injecting painkillers. "Status?" Ventanus asked. The apothecary raised his head. His white helmet was splattered with red. "Theoretical. We can stabilize their condition given medication and clean water." "Practical?" "Practical. We have neither, Captain. Half have acute radiation sickness. Their bone marrow is dying. I'm using stimulants just to prolong their agony by a few hours." Ventanus looked at a woman lying at the apothecary's feet. Her skin was covered in black blisters. She was unconscious. "Save the stimulants, brother," Ventanus said quietly. "Keep them for those who can hold a weapon." The apothecary froze for a second, then nodded. It was a cruel decision. But underground, mercy was a luxury they could not afford. What the survivors call caves is actually a miracle of engineering. The Arcologies of Calth were not dug with pickaxes. They were burned into the planet's crust by melter drills during the dark age of technology and expanded under Guilliman. Imagine an inverted skyscraper. It goes down 5, 10, sometimes 15 kilometers deep. The upper tier, atriums, huge halls with high ceilings where parks, markets and administration were located. This is where the refugees are now crowded. There is air here, but it is dangerous, too close to the surface, which is now red hot. The hab stacks, residential modules, concrete honeycombs where millions of workers lived, narrow corridors, low ceilings, a labyrinth in which an outsider can get lost and starve to death. The deep down, industrial zones, geothermal power plants, hydroponic fungus farms, water recycling plants, this is the gut of the city. And even lower, ancient tunnels, caverns that were here before humans arrived, places even tech priests descended into reluctantly. Now, with elevators down and maglev trains powerless, this entire structure has turned into a giant vertical trap. Sergeant Tellian, not the famous scout but his predecessor or namesake, approached Ventanus. He held a slate with a map of the tunnels. The screen was cracked but functional. "Captain, we have sealed the main airlocks. Integrity 98%. Temperature at the gates is 4600 degrees, but thermal insulation is holding. We are safe from the sun." "From the sun? Yes," Ventanus nodded, "but from hunger. Supplies in the distribution center are enough for 3 days for this number of people. Water, for a week, if we implement strict rationing." "Implement it," Ventanus ordered. "Right now, a sip of water per day per person." "They will riot, sir. They are scared." Ventanus looked at the high vault of the cave. He felt millions of tons of rock pressing down on him. Before, the sky was above him, giving freedom. Now above him was the lid of a coffin. "Claustrophobia," he uttered. "It will kill them faster than thirst. You know what is most terrifying, Tellian? Darkness? No, loss of time. There is no sunrise or sunset here. People will start going mad in 40 hours. They will lose circadian rhythms. Hallucinations will begin. We need to create time for them. Ventanus turned to the sergeant. Organize shifts. Turn lighting in sectors on and off on a schedule. Create an artificial night. Force them to live by a timetable. Discipline is the only thing separating them from turning into animals. Aye, Captain. And one more thing. Telian hesitated. Comms deep vox relays, they are picking up signals. Ventanus tensed. From the surface? No, from other Arcologies, from Ithaka, from Leptius. Someone survived? Yes, but the signals, they are strange. They are not requests for help. They are screams and gunfire. Ventanus clenched his fists. Means we are not alone down here. The word-bearers descended too, or they were here in advance. The human brain evolved under an open sky. It is used to a horizon. When the horizon disappears, when the world shrinks to four walls and a ceiling, the psyche begins to malfunction. In the conditions of an arcology cut off from the world, cave sickness develops. Symptoms: irrational aggression, paranoia, loss of sense of reality. People start hearing voices in the ventilation. It seems to them the walls are moving. Social norms are erased. Money, rank, status, all lose meaning. Only food, water and warmth matter. Astartes are immune to this thanks to psycho-conditioning. But they must manage a mass of insane mortals. The Ultramarines on Calth had to become not just soldiers, but jailers, judges and executioners of their own people to maintain any semblance of order. Suddenly the emergency lighting flickered. The hum of ventilation changed pitch. It became muffled, as if something blocked the air duct. At the far end of the hall, where the descent to the middle levels was located, a massive freight elevator, a sound was heard. Metallic clanking. Everyone fell silent. The weeping stopped. Thousands of heads turned toward the elevator shaft. The elevator was unpowered. It should have been dead still. But the cables vibrated. Someone was climbing up, not on the elevator car. Someone was climbing the shaft. Ventanus raised his hand, signaling his warriors to readiness. Dozens of bolters aimed into the darkness of the opening. "Thermals," he commanded. "Contact," Telian whispered. "Multiple targets. They are cold. Ambient temperature." "Astartes?" "No. Too small. And there are hundreds of them." Creatures began to crawl out of the elevator shaft. First came hands, pale with long claws. Then heads, bald, with large black eyes. These were not demons and not space marines. They were ghouls or some local mutated fauna living in deep caves, awakened by the earthquake. Or worse, they were humans, those who lived on the lower levels. Mutant dregs, lowborn, forgotten by all. They were hungry. And they saw thousands of fresh, soft bodies of refugees. The first creature emitted a shriek that popped ears. Ventanus racked the slide of his bolter. "Theoretical. We need to conserve ammo," he said. "Practical. Knives out. Protect the civilians." A wave of pale bodies flooded into the hall. The underground war had begun. The tunnels beneath the Xanthus Arcology were not designed for war. They were life support arteries, narrow maintenance crawls, wide storm drains, ventilation shafts stretching into infinity. There was no echo here in the conventional sense. Sounds did not reflect. They died, absorbed by damp concrete and rust, or worse, were distorted beyond recognition. Dripping water sounded like footsteps. The creaking metal of the planet's cooling crust resembled the scratching of claws. Captain Remus Ventanus led a reconnaissance squad deep into Sector Gamma 4. They moved without lights. The emergency lumens were left far behind in the habitation halls. Absolute inky darkness reigned here. The Ultramarines navigated solely by thermal and echolocation readings. In the greenish glow of their visors, the world turned into a collection of ghostly outlines. Pipes looked like veins, valves like joints. Ventanus felt the walls closing in. He, a warrior accustomed to open spaces and maneuvers, was now a rat in a maze. "Movement," whispered Sergeant Arcanus, walking point. "Seismic sensor detects vibration. Sector 12. "Nature of vibration?" Ventanus asked. "Rhythmic, heavy. Not mutants, sir. Mutants don't march." Ventanus signaled to halt. They froze, and then they heard it. A knock, not footsteps. The knock of a rifle butt against armor, rhythmic, ritualistic knocking. And singing. Low, muffled singing coming from the ventilation grates beneath their feet. It sounded not like human voices, but like the drone of wind in a pipe. But there were words in that drone. Words in Colchisian. Ventanus pointed to the junction ahead. Where 3 maintenance tunnels met, there was a small distribution chamber. "Ambush," he commanded quietly. Silent running. The Ultramarines melted into the shadows. Their Mark IV armor, despite its weight, allowed for nearly silent movement. They became part of the architecture. The singing grew closer. Light appeared from a side tunnel, but it was not the light of lamps. It was the light of fire. Mortals walked at the head of the procession, but these were not the ragged refugees Ventanus had saved. These were humans whose skin hung in tatters, exposing red meat. Their eyes were burnt out, yet they walked confidently, guided not by sight, but by madness. In their hands they carried torches, human bones wrapped in oily rags. Behind them walked giants, word-bearers. Their grey armor was covered in filth and soot, but the runes upon it glowed. They did not hide. They walked like masters. In the center of the squad walked a centurion of the 17th Legion. He held a creature on a chain. It was not a demon. It was something more pitiful and terrible. It was an Astartes, or what remained of one. Armor was fused with flesh, hands had turned into claws, and the face was a funnel of teeth. A radiation mutant, a chaos spawn, born of a space marine who failed to survive the gifts of the gods. Ventanus felt a cold fury. Theoretical. They are searching for survivors to replenish their stock of slaves or sacrifices. Practical. Destroy them all. Fire, he whispered. The corridor turned into a strobe light. Ultramarines bolters, set to single fire ammo conservation, began picking off targets. The torchbearers fell first. Their bodies were torn apart, and burning bones fell into the water on the floor, hissing. Then the bolts struck the legionaries. The word-bearers reacted instantly. They did not seek cover, there was none in the tunnel. They simply returned fire, advancing. Bolt shells hammered the walls, chipping fountains of stone dust. Ricochets whistled in the confined space like angry wasps. In a narrow corridor, tactics meant nothing. Only volume of fire and armor strength mattered. The traitor centurion released the chain. "Take them!" he roared. The beast that was once an Astartes lunged forward with incredible speed. It ran along the floor, then leaped onto the wall, then the ceiling, ignoring gravity. Ventanus raised his bolter. The beast jumped on him from above. The battle underground lasted years. It was a unique conflict in the history of the Horus Heresy, a war with no front lines, orbital support, or supply. 2 armies of superhumans were trapped in a stone sack. Ultramarines cut off from the Imperium, and word-bearers, abandoned by their Primarch to die. Lorgar left on Calth those he deemed unreliable or too fanatical. It was a war of degradation. With every month, ammunition grew scarcer. Bolters fell silent. Knives, sharpened rebar, and rocks came into play. Armor broke and was not repaired. Astartes scavenged parts from dead enemies. By the end of the first year of the war, it was impossible to distinguish a loyalist from a traitor by silhouette. Everyone wore rags and mismatched armor. It was a war for resources, for clean water, for fungus farms, for lasgun batteries. It was here in the darkness that the hatred between the 13th and 17th Legions was born, a hatred that would not subside even 10,000 years later. They hunted each other in the dark like beasts, forgetting honor, remembering only the desire to kill. Ventanus rolled, dodging the mutant's claw strike. The creature smashed into the floor where he had just stood, striking sparks from the concrete. The captain struck with the butt of his bolter. The blow hit the creature's side, breaking ribs, but the beast didn't even slow down. It hissed and tried to bite Ventanus's helmet. Sergeant Arsinus came to the rescue. He plunged a combat knife into the mutant's neck. Black radioactive blood sprayed like a fountain, burning the paint on the sergeant's armor. The creature convulsed and went still. Ventanus stood up. The fight in the corridor was ending. The Ultramarines, using the element of surprise, had slaughtered the traitor squad. The last word-bearer, the Centurion, lay against the wall. His legs were shattered, his breastplate punched through in 3 places. Ventanus approached him. He stepped on the enemy's hand as it tried to reach for a bolt pistol. The crunch of bones was loud in the ensuing silence. "You descended," Ventanus said, removing his helmet to look the enemy in the eye. "Why? The surface is dead. You completed your objective. Why didn't you leave?" The Centurion coughed blood. He was smiling. His teeth were filed into points. "Leave?" he rasped. "You think we wanted to leave?" Ventanus frowned. "Lorgar abandoned you." "Lorgar sacrificed us," the traitor corrected. Fanatical ecstasy sounded in his voice. "We are the sanctified. We were chosen to die here, together with you." He spat on Ventanus's sabaton. "This is not a war for territory, Ultramarine. This is a war of extermination. We will hunt you in every tunnel. We will poison your wells. We will break your generators. We will turn your life underground into such a hell that you will envy those who burned above." Ventanus looked at him. He saw not a soldier. He saw a disease. "Theoretical. One cannot negotiate with fanatics," Ventanus uttered. "Practical. They must be destroyed." He raised his bolter and shot the Centurion in the head. The shot obliterated the traitor's skull, but the smile seemed to hang in the air. The enemy the Ultramarines faced underground was hybrid. On one hand, word-bearers retaining discipline and weaponry. On the other, spawn of Calth itself. Radiation on the surface was so intense it seeped down. It mutated local fauna, cave slugs, insects into giant monsters. But worse was what it did to humans. The word-bearers used sorcery to accelerate mutations. They captured survivors and conducted rituals on them, mixing radiation exposure with possession. Thus appeared the irradiated, ghouls glowing in the dark, whose touch caused cancer and tissue necrosis. They felt no pain. They needed no food, feeding on decay energy. Ultramarines had to modify their armor. Apothecaries created cleansing unguents and filters because even the air near such an enemy was lethal. Ventanus reloaded his bolter. "Gather ammunition," he ordered. "Enemy weapons, grenades, knives, we take everything. Burn the bodies with promethium. We cannot leave biomass here for their rituals." The Ultramarines began to scavenge. It was repugnant to their nature, but the Codex had been rewritten. Now a captured enemy bolter was a gift from the Emperor. Arsinus approached the captain. "Sir, do you hear that?" Ventanus listened. From deep in the tunnel where the traitors had come from, a sound drifted. It was not footsteps. It was a grinding sound. The sound of a drill biting into rock. And a roar. Thousands of voices. "They are coming," Arsinus said. "That was just a patrol. Vanguard." Ventanus checked the map on his bracer. It was 2 kilometers to the Magna Gate, where thousands of civilians were hiding. "They are heading for the Arcology," Ventanus realized. "They know where we are. They are coming to slaughter the flock." He turned to his men. "Defensive positions, barricades. We will not let them pass." In the darkness of the tunnel far away, hundreds of red eyes ignited. The army of word-bearers left to die had come to drag as many souls as possible into hell with them. They had retreated to a large distribution node. It was the only tactically advantageous position in the sector, a hall with thick columns where 3 tunnels converged. A defense could be held here. But defense implies hope for reinforcement. and there would be no reinforcement. The atmosphere among the survivors was funereal. Ultramarines, about 40 combat-effective units, a hodgepodge from different companies, survivors of the initial slaughter, were building barricades from scrap pipes and mutant corpses. They worked silently, mechanically. Their armor was shattered, ammunition running low. In their movements, one could sense fatigue, not physical, Astartes can fight for weeks, but moral. They had lost everything. The fleet, the Primarch, as they thought, unaware of Guilliman's fate, the planet, the sun. They were trapped in a grave with monsters. Mortal auxiliary soldiers sat by the walls, staring into the void. Civilians huddled in the center of the hall. The quiet crying of a child was the only sound breaking the grinding of metal on stone. Captain Remus Ventanus stood in the center of the position. He held the broken staff of the 4th Company standard. The fabric of the banner was burned in 3 places, the golden aquila covered in soot. He looked at his men. He saw their thoughts. Theoretical, we are dead. It is only a matter of time. Ventanus knew if he didn't break this theoretical right now, they would lose before the first shot was fired. Ventanus approached a pile of rocks in the center of the hall. It was a rockfall caused by the earthquake. He raised the broken staff. The lower end was jagged. Broken adamantium is sharper than a razor. Listen to me! His voice, amplified by the Vox grill, filled the hall, echoing off the vaults. All heads turned to him. You look into the darkness and see your death in it, Ventanus spoke. You think Calth has fallen. You think the Imperium has forgotten us. He raised the standard high above his head. Practical. The Imperium is not the ground beneath our feet. The Imperium is us. As long as one loyal son of Guilliman lives, Calth has not fallen. Calth has simply regrouped. Ventanus drove the staff into a crack between the stones with a mighty swing. Adamantium grated into basalt. The captain leaned his full weight on it, driving the staff deeper until it stood firm. The standard unfurled. In the dim light of emergency lamps, the dirty, burned fabric suddenly seemed more majestic than any parade banner. This is our land, Ventanus said. Every meter of this tunnel, every cave, every stone. We are not guests here, we are the garrison. He scanned his warriors. We will not just survive, we will not hide, we will make them fear the dark. We will turn this labyrinth into their meat grinder. They came down here to kill us? Good. That means they locked themselves in a cage with lions. Before every battle, Astartes swear an oath of moment. Usually it is a formality, a promise to complete a specific task. Take a hill, kill an enemy commander. But what Ventanus does is something more. It is a redefinition of the purpose of existence. Usually Ultramarines fight for order. They build, they protect. Ventanus changes the paradigm. He says, order is gone. There is only war. He creates a new philosophy for the XIII Legion, which will become the foundation for future tyrannic war veterans. He teaches them that victory is not always raising a flag over the enemy's palace. Sometimes victory is simply the refusal to die. By planting the banner in the stone, he declared this patch of dirty floor sovereign territory of Ultramar. It is a psychological anchor. He turned flight into strategic defense. Sergeant Tellion, ancestor of the legendary scout, approached Ventanus. He removed his helmet. His face was covered in blood, but a fire had lit in his eyes. What are your orders, Captain? Forget standard formations, Ventanus replied. Break the company into fire teams of 3. Hit and run. Use knowledge of the terrain. Mine the passages. Cut power cables to deprive them of light. Ventanus looked at the auxiliary soldiers. You, he addressed the mortals. You are no longer auxiliary. You are eyes and ears. You know these tunnels better than we do. Lead us. Show us the bypasses. We are the muscle. You are the navigators. A soldier who a minute ago was trembling with fear straightened up and nodded. He had a purpose. Ventanus turned back to the standard. They think they have broken us, he said quietly. They think we will weep for our son. But we are Ultramarines. We bring the light ourselves. He raised a fist. We will not die today, and we will not die tomorrow. We will live so that every traitor we kill becomes payment for Calth. Macragge is distant. We fight for the world that bleeds beneath our feet. He drew air into his lungs. We march for Calth. The cry was taken up, first by the Astartes, then the Auxilia, then the civilians. For Calth! For Calth! This cry was not joyful. It was vicious. It was the snarl of a cornered beast deciding to sell its life dearly. The echo of this cry rolled through the tunnels toward the approaching hordes of word-bearers. The motto, "We march for Calth," was born in that darkness. It signifies that the Ultramarines do not abandon their own, even when the world is dead. But in the context of the Underground War, it gains its true meaning. To march for Calth means to fight for the reality bleeding beneath your feet. It is a refusal to abandon the specific for the abstract. When Ventanus speaks these words in a dark cave, he is saying, "We will not become barbarians. We will not become animals like our enemies. We will preserve discipline, honor, and brotherhood even here in hell." This is a promise to preserve their identity. The word-bearers lost themselves, becoming slaves to gods. The Ultramarines found themselves in the dark. This refusal to yield became the true legacy of Calth. It taught the Legion that while Macragge is the ideal, victory is forged in the mud and ash of the worlds they protect. The echo of the oath faded, and immediately after, an answer came from the distant tunnels. A howl. Thousands of throats, mutants, cultists, demons, answered with their own cry. The sound was like metal scraping on glass. The light of the emergency lamps at the far end of the corridor went out. Darkness began to advance, devouring meter by meter. Ventanus put on his helmet. Tactical display runes flashed green. "They are here," he said calmly. "Prepare for combat. Theoretical. We are 40 against 1,000. He racked the slide of his bolter. Practical. They don't stand a chance. The first red eyes ignited in the dark. Ventanus stood beneath the standard, legs wide apart. "Fire at will," he commanded. "Welcome to the Underground War." In high orbit over Calth, where just hours ago a perfect mathematical lattice of thousands of ships had hung, a belt of death now drifted. It was a ring of debris that could rival the rings of Saturn, only it consisted not of ice and dust, but of ground adamantium, frozen fuel, and millions of corpses. Amidst this refuse, like wounded leviathans, moved the surviving ships of the 17th Legion. There were fewer of them than had arrived, far fewer. The Fidelitas Lex, flagship of Lorgar Aurelian, led the funeral procession. Its hull was black with soot, cathedral spires smashed, armor on the starboard side, where Guilliman's guns had struck, stripped to the skeleton, exposing inner decks to the vacuum. The fleet was leaving. It was not leaving as a victor sails proudly unfurled. It was leaving like a murderer who has done the deed and hurries to flee the scene before the echo of the gunshot attracts attention. On the observation deck of the flagship stood Lorgar. The golden Primarch was unarmored. He was clad in the simple grey robe of a penitent, standing barefoot on the cold metal. His skin was inscribed with golden texts, which now seemed dull. He looked down at what he had turned the jewel of Ultramar into. Calth was no longer a blue-green sphere. It was dirty brown, shrouded in a dense pall of radioactive clouds, through which broke the ominous glow of cooling magmatic seas. It was the corpse of a planet, a mutilated, burned, raped corpse. Lorgar looked at it without a smile. In his eyes was an infinite, ancient sorrow, the sorrow of a man who killed his brother because it was necessary. Erebus approached the Primarch. The first chaplain looked pleased. His face, half hidden by a hood, radiated the self-satisfaction of an architect whose plan had worked perfectly. "It is beautiful, sire," Erebus whispered. Look at the spectrum. The warp oozes from the world's wounds. The song we sang today will echo forever. Lorgar did not turn. We lost 30% of the fleet, Erebus, and 40,000 legionaries. A price worth paying, the chaplain shrugged. We broke the 13th's back. Guilliman is dead. His legion is scattered. Ultramar is a cinder. We won. Lorgar slowly turned his head. His gaze was heavy as the gravity of a neutron star. Guilliman is not dead, he uttered quietly. Erebus's smile faltered. Sire, our augurs confirmed the decompression of his bridge. Cor Phaeron personally. I feel him, Lorgar interrupted. His soul burns in the warp brighter than that accursed sun. He is alive. He is wounded. He is furious, but he is alive. The Primarch looked at the planet again. We did not break them, Erebus. We tempered them. You thought the Ultramarines were toy soldiers who only know how to march. You forgot they are my brother's sons. They are builders, and builders know how to work with a foundation even when the house has collapsed. Lorgar placed a hand on the armored glass. He felt the vibration of the engines. The fleet was preparing to translate into the warp. We created the ruin storm. That is true. We cut them off from terror. But we have left behind not a graveyard, but a hornet's nest. They are trapped down there, Erebus dismissed. Radiation will kill them in a week, and those the radiation does not kill will be finished off by our brothers whom we left behind. Sacrificed, Lorgar corrected. Call things by their names. We abandoned 50,000 of our sons to die in the dark to buy us time. There was no remorse in Lorgar's voice, only a statement of fact. He was willing to sacrifice anyone for the truth. But he, unlike Erebus, derived no pleasure from it. The Battle of Calth is considered one of the bloodiest engagements of the Horus Heresy. Losses on both sides were monstrous. 13th Legion, Ultramarines. Before the battle, approximately 250,000 legionaries. Losses at Calth, approximately 120,000 killed. Half the legion was destroyed in 24 hours. The fleet practically ceased to exist. It was a wound from which any other legion, Raven Guard, Salamanders, would never have recovered. But the Ultramarines were the most numerous legion. Even losing half, they remained a force to be reckoned with. 17th Legion, word-bearers. Losses: 50,000 legionaries left on the surface and in the underground, plus fleet losses in the Void battle. Lorgar intentionally left the undesirables on Calth, those too loyal to Cor Phaeron or Erebus, or those whose psyches were too unstable for the coming war. It was a purge of his own ranks. Lorgar flew from Calth with an army that was smaller but more fanatical and pure in his understanding. Strategic outcome: tactically, a word-bearer's victory. Ultramar's infrastructure destroyed, ruin storm created. Strategically, a failure. Guilliman lives. The 13th Legion retained combat effectiveness and launched the Shadow Crusade in response. Instead of dying, the Ultramarines turned into Avengers, who would hunt the traitors all the way to the Eye of Terror. The Vox officer, a mutant with antennae implanted in his skull, turned to the Primarch. "Lord," he rasped, "we are detecting a signal from the surface." "A signal?" Erebus was surprised. "Emergency beacon? Pleas for mercy?" "No," the officer replied. "It is a broadcast. It is transmitting on all frequencies, from underground, deep horizons." "Play it," Lorgar ordered. The speakers on the bridge hissed with static. Through the crackle of radiation interference and the howl of the warp, a voice broke through. The voice was distorted but recognizable. It was not the voice of a Primarch, but of an ordinary Astartes. The voice of a man standing knee-deep in blood, in the dark, with no hope of dawn. "This is Captain Ventanus, 4th Company. We are still here." "Do you hear us, traitors? We are still here." Then came a sound, the rhythmic striking of metal on stone, and a chorus of voices, thousands of voices. "We march for Macragge, we march for Macragge, we march for Macragge." The silence on the bridge of the Fidelitas Lex became tangible. Erebus stopped smiling. Lorgar closed his eyes. "They have not surrendered," he whispered. "They declare war on us from the grave." He knew what it meant. It meant the war would not end today. It would not end when the fleet left. Below, in the radioactive caves, the underground war had begun. A war where ultramarines and abandoned word-bearers would butcher each other for years, for decades. And this hatred, born in the darkness of Calth, would become the fuel that would power the Imperium for another 10,000 years. Departing, Lorgar leaves behind not just a ruined system, he leaves a tear in reality. The pain and death on Calth, combined with the rituals, created the Ruin Storm, a gigantic wall of warp storms dividing the galaxy. Guilliman and his brothers, the Lion and Sanguinius, who would later arrive in Ultramar, would find themselves isolated. They would create Imperium Secundus, a backup Imperium, thinking Terra had already fallen. This was Lorgar's main goal, to sow doubt, to force the loyal sons to lose hope. But listening to Ventanus' voice, Lorgar realizes the irony. He wanted to kill hope, but instead he killed fear. The Ultramarines who survived Calth fear nothing anymore. They have seen hell and survived it. The word-bearers' ships began to shimmer. Geller fields activated, shrouding the hulls in ghostly mist. Reality before the fleet cracked. The warp, eager to embrace its children, opened its maw. The colors of space shifted to colors of madness: violet, pink, sickly yellow. Lorgar cast a final glance at Calth, a small, dirty dot in the darkness. He raised a hand as if waving goodbye, or blessing. "Farewell, brother," he said to the void. "We will meet at the end of times." The Fidelitas Lex surged forward and vanished into the Immaterium. The rest of the ships followed. Space became empty. Only a dead world remained, orbiting a sick sun. Silence returned. But if one listened closely, if one tuned sensors to the lowest frequency, from the depths of the planet, through kilometers of glass and stone, a rhythm still drifted up. Boom, boom, boom. The heart of Ultramar continued to beat.